You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
The history, the tradition, the fun of Kernels baseball.
It's time for exciting live coverage of Kernels baseball, right here on the Kernels Radio Network. Now, the voice of the Kernels. In his 11th season, here's John Rogers.
Kernels vaulted into sole possession of first place with a 6-2 win here at home last night over the LumberKings, and that victory was the Kernels' 7th in their last 9 games, and it put the ball club 1 game ahead of Midwest League Western Division second half playoff contending Beloit and Quad Cities. Beautiful, warm, muggy Thursday night here. It's Brooks at bat. Bob Brooks, legendary sportscaster, Hall of Famer Bob Brooks, is going to be with Colonel All-Star shortstop Heinle Station. Heinle has been a remarkable story. He has spearheaded the Colonel's resurgent offense that has hit .266 here in the month of July. Heinle himself batting .500 in his last 13 games, 25-450. And Bob, that's pretty good for any level of professional baseball.
Don't jinx him.
You believe in that, Heinle?
No. Hey, isn't it nice to greet a player with a team in first place? I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Heinle, let's start where we should start. How did you get the surname of Heinle? What, is that a family deal?
Yes, it was. When I was born, they were taking a name from me, and they called my grandmother's out, and she was mentioning a lot of names, and she just mentioned Heinle. They were like, okay, yeah, Heinle.
That's it, huh?
That's it.
And was that in Curacao?
Yeah, that was in Curacao.
So you've been a native, born there and raised there?
Yes, I've been born there, raised there.
So how did you get into baseball?
I just started watching TV when I was a little kid. I started playing ball when I was 5 years old, and I played till I was down there 17 years old, and then I went to school in Florida.
Where?
In Boynton Beach, Florida.
So when you got over to Florida, then your career sort of blossomed.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I could have been professional since I was 16, but I was thinking about it because I was a little too young, and I want to get education too. So I decided to finish out my school and then sign.
Well, that was smart.
Yeah.
You're happy to do that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm really happy to do that.
Cedar Rapids has a very great history with the Kernels of having outstanding shortstops in Wood and Ibar and Cayaspo, and you know the litany of players, and that's nice to fit in with that group.
Yeah, I mean, everybody played their own style, but I mean, watching those guys play, you can learn a lot from them. So I've been watching them too. I talk to them a lot during spring training. They got more experience. They're older than me. They got more experience. So I want to ask them sometimes a couple of questions, and they're willing to help me every single time.
Has shortstop always been it?
Yes, always been it, shortstop.
So from watching television, you decided, I'm going to be a shortstop, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to be a player, I'm going to be a pro, and that's kind of it, huh?
Yeah, that's kind of it, and I was a pitcher too. I pitched a lot in high school too. I was pretty much a closer in high school. So, and I started some games too, like back home. When I was, I pitched a lot when I was during like 12 to my 16-year-old, because I played the Little League, and we went to the Senior League World Series in Bangor, Maine, and we won it too when I was 16 years old. We won it, Senior League World Series. I got a big gold medal back home. Yeah, so it's kind of like a Williams sport, but so yeah.
Well, you also have a gold medal smile. You make it. I rather think that the people in this Curacao, the territory of the Netherlands, are kind of a happy bunch.
Yeah, we're happy. I mean, there's a lot of things to do, fun things to do down there. A lot of people come for vacation. I like it a lot, and you gotta be happy every time.
at least play it off if you don't. So, but I mean, that makes you a better player too than an angry player. So, have fun. You gotta have fun when you play the game.
Well, now tonight's weather is sort of like Curacao.
Yeah, nice Curacao weather. Like at the beginning, when the start of the year I was real cold, but I mean I got used to it after like 2-3 weeks. But this is the weather I like. I'm playing in since I was a little kid. This weather.
And you told me 90 degrees every day.
Yeah, 85, 90 degrees every day.
That's my kind of place.
Bob Brooks at bat with Colonel All-Star shortstop Heinley Stacia here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. And Heinley, before we break, I know that there was an intriguing article about your home country in the Cedar Rapids Gazette this past weekend, and it said that a lot of the people from your country come from 3 backgrounds: Spanish, Dutch, and African. That makes for an interesting mix.
Yes, it is. It makes sense. You get a lot of people, different people lives over there just for vacation. They decide to just come live over there afterwards. So,
history-wise, the article is very revealing. I did not realize that Curacao, not to bring up a negative in world history, but just a fact, it was a slave trading empire. Do you know much about that?
Yes, in history in school, in the beginning, when I went to school back home, I learned a lot. We had to learn a lot about slavery in Curacao, this history.
We'll continue looking into Heinley Stacia's history and his fine season with Hall of Fame sportscaster Bob Brooks from the ballpark. Back with more after this on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show.
Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs, internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners, we make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Tuna Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
Bob Brooks is at bat this evening with us, and his guest on Brooks at Bat is Colonel All-Star shortstop Heinley Stacia.
Well, let's talk about the Kernels. You've seen the best out of this ball club recently. You've also seen the worst at the start of the year with no hits and no runs.
Yes, I mean, in the beginning it was very tough. Like, everybody's like stressed out because we know we have a good team and we all want to win. And right now it's just like you see everybody's having fun. I mean, it's just like we're swinging the bat. We better get better approaches at the plate, so that's why everything's going good.
Makes for a happy clubhouse.
Yeah, there's a happy clubhouse too. That's a big important thing. If you're not happy, it's just you gotta have fun to play this game.
Getting back to your game, I've noted out here that you're excellent on going to the slot or the deep short and making the play.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to do everything I can, just work hard every day, work at things I got to work on. The rover instructors too, like sometimes kind of in between, I ask him, he tells me to do this, and we practice it a lot. So I always like backhands, and I just like playing defense a lot. I enjoy playing defense a lot.
You always tape your wrists and index finger and thumb?
Yes, I always do. This is sometimes hardline drives, and it's usually I put like a gel pad, but they don't got it over here, so I always do it.
And the wrist gives you a little support?
Yes, because I broke this wrist once when I was, I think, I was 16 years old. I broke this wrist one and always do it for you never know what it happened. So I always give it like the little support.
That it makes you feel more comfortable at the plate, too.
Yes, it does.
You've been seeing the ball good.
Yeah, I've been seeing the ball pretty good. The big thing is that I take a lot of pitches sometimes just to see what they throw and for the team to see too what the pitchers got. I mean, my first at bat, I'd rather take like to see all the pitchers' pitches than so for me to set up for my next order at bat. So.
Finally, you're a delight to talk to. It's absolutely a delight to see the smile. What an ad for Carousel he is.
Bob, thank you. And finally, on behalf of Bob and I, we want to treat you to a great meal at either of our Zio Giano's Italian Spaghetti, any of our Zio Giano's Italian Spaghetti houses. Pasta that will make you and your teammates sing in that Colonel Clubhouse. And Bob Brooks, thank you.
Let's hear the singing.
Zio Giano's. I think Heinle could do better, but Heinle, you got the idea. Enjoy the Zio Giano's. I don't know if I can quite do justice to the singing that you guys can.
Well, after the Colonel's victory tonight, we'll come in and listen to the singing.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Heinle, and thank you, Bob Brooks. Bob will be with us for the final game of this 7-game homestand, the noon start on Tuesday. Bob Brooks will be at bat once again. Up next, Game 2 starting lineups, Kernels and Clinton, here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Service second to none, South Slow Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners. We make a good team. Service second to none. South Slow Cooperative Communications.
Tuna Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
Hello again, everyone. John Rogers, glad you're with us. I'm your play-by-play host, and you are the people that we cater to, the listener, the fan. We want to entertain you, and we want to inform you, and we're delighted that you're with us here this evening. In the zone, the Kernels, the first-place Kernels with a record of 12-8, are hosting the Clinton LumberKings in Game 2 of a 4-game series that saw the Kernels out-hit last night by Clinton 9-7, but 3 LumberKing errors and a good timely 2-run, 2-out homer by Mark Trumbo in the bottom of the 7th inning helped lead the Kernels to a 6-2 victory. This is the 10th meeting between the Kernels and LumberKings on the year, and in 9 games, each team has scored 42 runs. The Kernels have won 5 of the 9. Let's set the starting lineups for the second game of this series, part of a 7-game Kernel homestand. Andy Fox, former big leaguer with the Yankees and Marlins and Diamondbacks, is at the helm of this LumberKing ball club. They've hit the skids a bit. They've lost 9 in a row. They're 5-15 in the second half. Overall, Clinton's 28-60 on the year. They're the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Texas Rangers. Leading off at second base for the visitors, Jose Vallejo at second base. He's a switch hitter. The center fielder bats second for Clinton, Truman Mell. Terry Blunt will be at first base and hit third. Blunt is 7 for 23 against Colonel pitching this season. The cleanup batter for the LumberKings, a Texas Ranger first-round pick out of Stanford University last year, John Mayberry. Mayberry had 3 of the 9 Clinton hits last night. He's the DH, and he's 12 for 34 against us this year. John Whittleman will be at the hot corner and bat 5th for the LumberKings, followed by Joe Kemp. Joe didn't play in last night's series opener. Kemp will be in right field, batting 6th. Hitting 7th, the catcher for Clinton, Brian Valicka. K.C. Herron, Herren, will be in left field and bat 8th. And batting 9th, switch-hitting shortstop Matt Smith for Clinton. On the hill for the LumberKings, a 6'1", 19-year-old southpaw out of Sacramento City College, Zach Phillips. Phillips is 1-2, lost 6, an ERA of just over 5, and Zach is making his 3rd start against the Kernels this season. He's 1-0, and in 13 innings pitched, this southpaw has only given us 4 runs. on 9 hits in 13 innings. Phillips has fanned 16 Kernels in 13 innings, walked only 3. Zach Phillips, 2-6, a Texas Ranger 23rd round pick in 2004, 19 years old, making his 19th start of the year for the LumberKings. Allen Motor Company is celebrating their 103rd birthday with their annual birthday bash. Allen Motor Company has savings and value galore at their beautiful 13-acre campus, I-380 Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Celebrate Allen's great tradition and history in our community now during their 103rd birthday celebration. The Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup, our guest on Brooks at Bat on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, Heinrich Stacia, 25 for 50 in his last 13 games, leads off at shortstop. Brad Kuhn sidelined this evening with a strained hamstring. Batting second, Marco Albano in left field. The Colonel DH will hit third, Flint Whitkey. Batting cleanup in the Allen Motor Company order in right field, all-star Jordan Renz. Renz is second in the league with 15 home runs. Josh Davies, the 20-year-old right-handed hitting Australian jack-of-all-trades, will be at second base this evening and hit fifth. Batting sixth, he clubbed his 11th home run of the year at tape measure clout over 8th Avenue down the left field line last night in the 7th inning. Mark Trumbo at first base, batting sixth in the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup. Dallas Morris will be at third base and hit seventh. Batting eighth and catching, Brett Martinez. Brett's had all sorts of trouble against LumberKing pitching this year. He's 1 for 26 against LumberKing pitching. And batting ninth, Santrell Smith in center field. Rounding out the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup, making his third start of the year, 20-year-old Venezuelan right-hander Anthony Ortega. Ortega beat the West Michigan Whitecaps last Friday evening in Grand Rapids 7-0. In that victory, Ortega gave West Michigan no runs in 6 2/3 innings on only 4 hits. Ortega struck out 4 West Michigan batters, walked only 1. Anthony Ortega, 1-0, making his third start of the year, the 20-year-old right-hander from Venezuela on the hill for the Kernels. That's the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup. Our umpiring crew is sponsored by Anderson & Brown Eye Care. Anderson & Brown Eye Care is your complete, comprehensive, full-service eye care center. Easy in, easy out at Anderson & Brown Eye Care. They're located off I-380, Boyson Road exit, and Dr. Tom Anderson, Dr. Tom Brown are the official eye care doctors of the Kernels. You can get your eyes examined at Anderson & Brown Eye Care and then pick out your glasses and or contact lenses right in their beautiful new state-of-the-art facility. Things are coming into focus at Anderson & Brown Eye Care. They sponsor our umpires. Behind the plate, Corey Hinga, Hinga, and on the diamond, Jason Alper, Alper. The Kernels are being introduced individually as they take the field with their Cost Cutters Dream Team members from O-Line. And in just a moment, we'll be pausing to honor America with the singing of the national anthem here on Intermec Night. A big group also here from Liberty Bank this evening. It's overcast, it's warm, 85 degrees, the humidity's a little bit high, but great baseball weather as the Kernels try to add to their one-game lead in the Western Division second half standings. Our national anthem singer will be introduced by Dale Broad, our public address announcer, John Wagner, who will join us later in the broadcast from Intermec to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Here's John Wagner from Intermec.
Please join in the singing of our national anthem. It is being performed this evening by John Wagner from Intermec.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly beheld at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
John Wagner singing the Star-Spangled Banner here on Intermec Night at the ballpark. John will be joining us a little bit later to tell us about the fabulous accomplishments of Intermec. They've been a long-time fixture in this community, and they are on the cutting edge of technology in their field. It's back to action in the big leagues, and Colonel Broadcast Assistant Levita Hill a little bit later this evening will have us updated on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. On the Midwest League front, the Kernels, who have won 7 of their last 9, lead the Western Division second half standings with a 12-8 record. The Kernels have raised their record here at home in the second half to 7-2 after last night's 6-2 victory here over the LumberKings, and the Kernels do not have Brad Kuhn in the lineup this evening. Brad is shelved with a tweaked hamstring. According to the Colonel trainer, Eric Munson, Brad should be back ready to go in the next day or two. Eric Munson told us that Brad Kuhn's hamstring injury not nearly as serious as the one suffered by Colonel outfielder Anderson Rosario almost 2.5 weeks ago in Burlington. Anthony Ortega came into the Colonel rotation when Colonel's all-star starter Nick Adenhart was promoted to Rancho Cucamonga, and the Colonels could not be more pleased with the 20-year-old's performances in his first 2 outings. He's 1-0, and in 2 starts has pitched 12 innings, given up 9 hits, struck out 10 in 12 innings, walked 5, and an ERA of 0.75 for Anthony Ortega. Leading off for the LumberKings is switch-hitting second baseman Jose Vallejo. Vallejo was 1 for 5 last night. Jose is a 21-year-old switch hitter from the Dominican Republic, batting .237 on the year. 1 homer. It came against us earlier this spring in Clinton's home yard. 16 RBIs. Vallejo drags a bunt foul. It hit Vallejo in the batter's box. Jose tried to bunt his way on, and he bunts foul. Strike 1. It's overcast. The lights have not been turned on here, and we should be in great shape. They have some prediction of rain later this evening, but I think we'll be in fine shape. Look out! Ortega hits Vallejo. Anthony Ortega's fastball rode high and in to Jose Vallejo, and Jose on an 0-1 pitch is drilled in the front tricep area. He's fine as he trots down to first, and he's a base-running threat. He's 13 for 20 in stolen base attempts this year. Anthony Ortega has hit Jose Vallejo. Clinton is a poor-hitting team on the road. They're only batting .219 away from home, Alliant Energy Field this season. They're hitting .251 at home. That's a 32-point contrast between their offense on the road and at home. Truan Mel swats a first-pitch letter-high fastball straight back and foul. Strike 1. Truan is out of the University of Maryland, 30th round pick by the Rangers in 2005. Left-handed batter, 1 for 4 with a hit-and-run single in the 7th inning last night. And he drives the 0-1 pitch foul over the grass slope seating berm down the left side. Strike 2 on Truan Mel. Mel's hit-and-run single in the Clinton 7th put LumberKing runners at the corners with 1 out, and that's when Colonel reliever Chris Howell turned the game around on a fantastic swat of a suicide bunt attempt by Terry Blunt, and the Colonels got the runner at the plate. The runner goes, and a smash into left is a base hit. Stopping at third, second is the lead runner, Jose Vallejo. Truan Mel on an 0-2 pitch slapped it into left field, and the LumberKings are in business here in the top of the first inning. They have runners at first and second with nobody out, and the batter, Terry Blunt, B-L-U-N-T. Blunt is from Kansas State, and he takes a long look at his manager coaching at third, Andy Fox. Terry Blunt was 0 for 4 last night. Left-handed batter. Tries to bunt and bunts foul over the glove of the catcher, Brett Martinez. Strike 1. First and second for the LumberKings with nobody out here in the top half of the first inning. I have to temper my comments about the weather because I grew up in the St. Louis area. It does not feel hot and humid to me, but for a lot of eastern Iowans it does. Here's a wild pitch inside, and now the LumberKings have runners at second and third with nobody out. Anthony Ortega with his fourth wild pitch of the season. He let loose of a fastball that sailed inside. Terry Blunt backed away, and it went to the screen. And it's first, second, and third now, nobody out for Clinton. Second and third, nobody out for the LumberKings. And Terry Blunt waits as Heinle Stacia comes in to have a word with Anthony Ortega. Colonel infield back as the LumberKings have a great chance to break out on top here in the first inning. The 1-1 to the left-handed batter is a change-up, and it's swatted in the air to shallow right. It's a base hit in front of Renz. One run is in. The man going from second to third, Truman Mel, holds at third. That was a broken bat single dumped over the head of Josh Davies into right. And Jose Vallejo, who was hit on an 0-1 pitch, has scored on a Terry Blunt RBI single into right. And that's Terry's 32nd run driven into the year. First and third, nobody out, and here comes Bobby Magallanes, who converses in Spanish to Anthony Ortega. Bobby Magallanes is having a Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Anthony Ortega. You owe it to yourself and the people who love you to find out what your risk of heart disease is with a $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. That heart-to-heart screening from Mercy is quick, easy, and convenient. It could save your life. Call Mercy to schedule your heart-to-heart screening, 398-6821, 398-6821. Colonel Manager Bobby Magallanes has completed his heart-to-heart conversation sponsored by Mercy Medical Center with Anthony Ortega. And here comes a fella that could make it a big inning for the LumberKings. 6'6" sleek trim, Stanford-educated John Mayberry. John, a first-round pick of the Rangers last year, is from Kansas City, where his father played in the mid-'70s for the great Kansas City teams. A double play ball to Stacia. Heinle has it, feeds Davies for one. On to first for the twin killing! Anthony Ortega gets John Mayberry to ground into a 6-4-3 double play. No RBI as Truman Mel scores from third to make it 2-0 LumberKings. And that's a big, big double play. John Mayberry, 12 for 34 coming into tonight's contest against the Kernels, has hit into a 6-4-3 double play. Now suddenly the bases are empty. 2 out and 2-0 in favor of the LumberKings. Strike one call to John Whittleman, left-handed batter. So a hit batsman, a single, a wild pitch, an RBI single, and a double play. And the LumberKings lead it 2-0 as a fastball is upstairs to the left-handed hitting John Whittleman. Whittleman's only 19 years old. John was 1 for 4 last night. He drives the 1-1 pitch foul up onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion for strike 2. John Whittleman, a left-handed batter with a .226 average. He cut the Colonel 2-0 lead to 1 run in the second inning last night with an RBI double. Strike 3 called, a delayed call by Corey Hinga, the plate umpire. It was a changeup from Anthony Ortega that gets John Whittleman looking, and it ends the Clinton first inning. The LumberKings strike for 2 runs on 2 hits, a hit batter, a wild pitch. There were no Colonel errors and nobody left for the visiting LumberKings. After 1/2 inning, Clinton 2, the Kernels coming to bat. This is Colonel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. When it's nice out, he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
Meet Dave. He spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg's does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edges, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little devils...
Aha! Yes!
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family is blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
Lefty Zach Phillips is making his third start against the Kernels this season for the LumberKings, and his mates have gotten him a pair of runs to work with as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Tomorrow evening, we'll be right back here at 6:40 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, and tomorrow evening, the Milling Company will honor our armed forces with the Kernels wearing camouflage jerseys. Those jerseys will be auctioned off throughout the ball game tomorrow night. It's also Pat McGrath's Chevyland used car night here at the ballpark. 3 of you Kernel fans will drive away, if you're 18 years or older, from this ballpark in a Pat McGrath Chevyland used car. There'll be a 21-gun salute tomorrow evening, a Chinook helicopter flyover, weather permitting, and it's a Boy Scout camp over tomorrow. Heinley Stacia was Bob Brooks' guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. Heinley hitting .500 in his last 13 games, 25 for 50. Takes upstairs from the 19-year-old lefty, Zach Phillips, now a foul off to the right. 1-1 to Heinley, who's batting right-handed. He's a switch hitter. Heinley wearing his white home pants down low, open stance from the right side. Stacia leads the Kernels with 25 doubles. He doubled leading off the third last night and scored to up a Kernel 2-1 lead to 3-1. And a fastball nips the inside edge. It's strike 2 called to the Kernel leadoff batter. Heinley Stacia with that .305 average, 10th best in the league. Phillips just misses outside with the ball. Well, we welcome Kernel broadcast assistant Levita Hill back with us. It's great to have Levita. She's been very busy these past 10 days. Here's a hot shot into right field. That's a base hit by Heinley Stacia. Heinley took the lefty, Zach Phillips, the other way and lashed a low liner to the left of the second baseman, Jose Vallejo. Heinley Stacia starts the Kernel first in promising fashion by singling on a 1-2 pitch into right field. Levita, deservedly so, is enjoying a big glob of delicious Wells Blue Bunny ice cream. Boy, I'm glad she found that down below, that Wells Blue Bunny ice cream, and she'll tell us about the Little League team from Olwine in the next inning or so when she digs into that ice cream. Swinging a foul by Marco Albano. Marco's playing left field tonight for the first time this season, and he's hitting second in the Allen Motor Company order. 2-0 in favor of Clinton, but the Kernels have Heinley Stacia aboard at first with nobody out here in this bottom of the first inning. Marco, a right-handed hitter, bats from a low crouch. And the lefty's changeup floats high and away to Albano. Marco didn't play in last night's series opener. Albano, 22-year-old right-handed batter, just under 6 feet tall, from Boston, Massachusetts, by way of Boston College. Stacia has 15 steals in 27 tries. He has a moderate-sized lead, and he draws a throw, a late tag by Terry Blunt. Clinton is wearing their gray road uniforms with black hats, black socks, green numbers, and then on the front of the LumberKing road uniforms in big green block letters, it says Clinton. Kernels in their white home uniforms with red numbers, red socks, navy blue caps with red bills. Zach Phillips, the southpaw, delivers another changeup outside. 2-1 to Marco Albano. Marco takes a good long look at Colonel Manager Bobby Magallanes. Flashing signs from the third base coach's box. A hit and run may be imminent. A 2-1 count is a baseball hit and run count. The catcher, Brian Velica, sets up inside. There's goes Stacia. The hit and run was on, and Marco Albano obliges by slapping the pitch in on his hands foul to the screen. 2-2 to Marco. Albano batting .198. No homers, 14 RBIs for Marco. Kernels down by a pair, 2-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. Overcast Thursday night. Albano takes a fastball on the inside corner, letter high, and he's called out on strikes by the plate umpire, Corey Hinga. One away here in the Colonel first inning. 1 on, 1 out for Flint Whipke. Flint last night singled in the first inning to extend a hitting streak he has going to 5 games. Whipke, a right-handed batter from Gainesville, Florida. Flint, 6 foot even, has a narrow stance at the plate. Heinley Statia's at first with 1 away. Still surprised the umpires haven't asked for the lights to be turned on yet. Zach Phillips brings in a fastball, same place that he did to catch Albano looking, inside corner, letter high for a strike. Zach Phillips, 96 innings pitched. The 19-year-old lefty has given up 132 hits in 96 innings, fanned 72 in 96 innings, walked 34, and his ERA is 5.25. He's pitched very well against the Kernels this season. Here's a pitch out, nothing doing with Heinley Stacia holding at first. 2-0 LumberKings, bottom of the first inning. Heavy air pervading the grounds here this evening. Overcast. A throw to first, and Heinley Stacia returns standing up. Halo happenings, results from around the Angel minor league system from last night. AA Arkansas is 10-10 in the second half. They lost 6-5 to San Antonio. I'll give you the details on how form. There goes Stacia. Swinging and miss by Whipke. Throw to second. Into center field, and Heinley will gallop over to third. It's a throwing error by the catcher, Brian Velica. I thought for a moment, yes, I see why Andy Fox is going to argue. I thought Flint Whipke stepped across the plate and interfered with the throw by the catcher, Velica. I really thought, and I think Andy Fox has a well-grounded argument as he's pleading his case to the plate umpire, Corey Hinga. I thought when Flint Whipke swung and missed at that pitch to make it 1-2 that Flint stepped out in front of the plate and interfered with the throwing motion of the catcher, Brian Velica. Velica's throw skipped underneath the glove of Jose Vallejo, the second baseman. A throwing error by Velica, his 6th error of the year. Credit Heinley Stacia with his 16th stolen base of the season. And then a throwing error by the catcher. Man, am I surprised the umpires have not asked for the lights to be turned on. There may be a rule that you can't turn the lights on while the home team is batting. I'm not sure. But it is darkened here to the point where I thought the lights would be on. Let's see if Flint Whipke can come out of this 1-2 hole and put the bat on the ball. Strike 3 called on a changeup on the outside corner. Flint unable to put the bat on the pitch of lefty Zach Phillips, and Flint Whipke caught looking. He's really barking at the plate umpire. It'll take a 2-out pick-me-up from Jordan Renz if the Kernels are going to cut the LumberKing lead in half here in the bottom of the first inning. Jordan walked his final trip up last night in the Kernel win. He was 0 for 3. Jordan, the cleanup batter, with a 2-out RBI chance here in the first inning. A fastball over but low, ball 1 to the right-handed hitting slugger, Jordan Renz. Former Kernel All-Star third baseman Matt Brown for AA Arkansas in a 6-5 loss last night was 2 for 4 for the Travelers, drove in a run. Bobby Wilson clubbed his 6th home run of the season. Swing and a miss by Jordan, strike one. And former Colonel right-hander from the last 2 seasons, Rafael Rodriguez, pitched 5 1/3 innings, allowed 7 hits, gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3, struck out 5. Rafi, a no decision in that Arkansas 6-5 loss to San Antonio. Fastball outside, 2-1 to Jordan Renz. Nick Adenhart with the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes notched his second win. Nick was 10-2 here, and he has 2 wins for Rancho Cucamonga as they dismantled Inland Empire 16-1 last night. The 2-1 to Renz. Tipped foul, a low changeup, and Jordan's even on the count now, 2-2. In that big win for Rancho Cucamonga with behind Nick Adenhart, Nate Sutton was 4 for 7. Drew Toussaint had 3 RBIs. Stacia, third, 2 away, bottom of the first inning, as the soft-throwing lefty, Zach Phillips, brings it. Curve, and it's chopped to third. This should end the inning. Riddleman has it. John sidearms to first to get Jordan Renz. The Kernels had a runner at third with 1 out in the first inning, but Zach Phillips struck out Flint Whipke looking, and on a 2-2 pitch, the lefty gets Jordan Renz to bounce out to shallow third. No runs in the first for the Kernels. 1 hit, a stolen base, 1 LumberKing error. The Kernels leave 1 man aboard. We go to the top of the second on Intermec Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark. LumberKings lead the Kernels 2-0.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared as Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for real Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no long wait, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A slick, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wink from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
2-0 in favor of Clinton on this overcast, warm Thursday night. John Rogers, joined by Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, and Joe Kemp will lead it off. Kemp didn't play in last night's series opener, and Anthony Ortega delivers high and away for ball 1. The lights have just now been turned on this overcast, humid Thursday night. The 1-0. Strike. Ooh, wait a minute. Ball 2, according to Corey Hinga, the plate umpire. So Anthony Ortega falls behind, left-handed hitting Joe Kemp out of Indiana University, a Big Tenor. Ball 3 in the dirt, a changeup. Well, Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, it looked like the kids from Olwine were ready to play in the game. They had their uniforms on.
That's right. They were a little anxious to get out on that field, too.
Okay, good for them. We want that. They had a big group of kids from the Olwine Little League. A 4-pitch walk by the Colonel 20-year-old right-hander to Joe Kemp. A couple of the pitches looked good enough to be called strikes, but Kemp never offered it any of them, and he walks to lead off the Clinton second. That brings up right-handed hitting catcher Brian Velica. Luvita Hill, we have a big throng of folks on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion.
That's right. We have Plum Supply here with us at the ball game.
I'm going to have you use some of that good college education of yours and try to take a guess as to what Plum Supply does. I'm not putting you on the spot, Luvita, but what does every household have that might relate to the name Plum?
Well, they have the pipes that go with their plumbing.
That's right, and Plum Supply is our area's foremost supplier of plumbing supplies to plumbers. And, folks, Plum Supply is a place that if you call a plumber, it's a 95% chance that they will have their plumbing supplies to call on your call from Plum Supply. Ball 2 way high to Brian Velicka, and now Brett Martinez, the Colonel catcher, forced to trot out on the dirt path card between the plate and the mound, and Heinley Stacia comes in to help with some translating as Anthony Ortega has hit a wild streak here in the second inning. He walked Joe Kemp on 4 pitches and then is behind Brian Velicka, a .232 hitting catcher, 2-0. 2-0 Clinton. We're in the top of the second inning. Velicka was 0-for-4 last night. Brian played collegiately at the University of Delaware. 22-year-old right-handed batter taken by the Rangers last season in the 19th round. Velicka's a tall 6'3", 205-pounder. Let's see if he's swinging. He's not, and a strike call, the fastball from Anthony Ortega. Big group 2, Luvita, packed house above the Colonel first base dugout on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace.
That's right, we have Bank Iowa here with us.
They're our sponsors, as you know, of our Bank Iowa speed pitch indicator on the lower panel of the scoreboard in right center. A throw to first, and Joe Kemp, who has 7 steals and 12 tries, scoots back standing up. Anthony Ortega, a 6', 20-year-old right-hander from Venezuela, comes set just below the letters. A towering pop-up near the middle of the diamond. Who's calling for it? Dallas Morris catches it on the pitching rubber. Dallas Morris catches that towering pop-up on the pitching rubber. And for a moment, it looked like a wild scramble among the Colonel infielders. You got it, I take it, I'll go here, you go that way. Nobody really knew who was going to catch it. Thankfully, the third baseman, Dallas Morris, called off Stacia, Davies, and Trumbo, and the third baseman caught it on the pitcher's rubber. One away as Brian Velicka pops out to the third baseman. The runner goes, a pitch, a strike, throw to second. Out at second base, Brett Martinez with a beautiful on the corner of the base peg to Heinley Stacia. Joe Kemp is caught trying to steal second. 2 away here in the Clinton second inning. It went Martinez to Heinley Stacia for the second out. Now Casey Heron, who looked at a strike, wraps one to second. Down to get it, Josh Davies, the Australian, on to first to end the inning. Oh, moments ago, the LumberKings had a runner at first, nobody out on a leadoff walk, but a pop-up, a man caught stealing, and a ground out to second by Casey Heron ends the LumberKings second inning. No runs for Clinton, no hits, a walk, a man caught trying to steal second, Joe Kemp. There were no Colonel errors, and Clinton leaves the bases empty. After an inning and a half on Intermec Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark, Colonels trail the LumberKings 2-0.
Remember just a few years back when experts predicted that the wonders of the computer, internet, and email would result in a paperless society? Well, if your household or office is anything like mine, you're probably wondering when that paperless society is coming. Amazing but true, nearly 30% of all paper ends up in the wrong place, our landfills. So the next time you catch yourself about to throw paper away in your garbage, pause for just a second, and instead put it in your blue recycling box. A paperless society? Not yet. But a smarter society? Yes, when we choose to reuse by recycling.
Summer is the best time to enjoy fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center has the finest quality plants and flowers for indoors and outdoors, plus all the expert advice you'll need to make your flowers and plants grow their best. Whether a single flower or an arrangement, a single houseplant or a yard of landscaping, Peck's does it all. Family owned and serving eastern Iowa since 1956, Peck's offers their customers the best plants and flowers available. Peck's is your professional and award-winning FTD and Teleflora florist, certified and year-round garden center, nursery and landscape center, and plant and flower headquarters. Stop in often for Peck's fresh flowers and feature fresh-cut short-stem roses just $11.99 per dozen, cash and carry. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, nursery and landscaping, at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Road, Northeast.
Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill with that reminder about summer being the best time to visit Peck's for fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants. Kirby, our good friend from Solid Waste and Recycling, just orchestrated the biggest hit of a promotion here at the ballpark, one of the biggest, the Solid Waste and Recycling Services the shuttle relay. Josh Davies is first up for the Kernels here in the bottom of the second, and southpaw Zach Phillips misses low for a ball. Phillips broke into pro ball last year. He started 11 games with the Arizona Rookie Rangers, went 1-3, and then Zach pitched in 2 relief appearances as a Lumber King. Ball 2 low to Davies. 2-0 Clinton. We're in the bottom of the second. Josh Davies playing in his 15th game as a Colonel. Swings late and misses, strike 1. Josh is hitting .232, a pair of homers, 13 RBIs for Josh Davies. We haven't had a State Farm Major League scoreboard since when? Sunday in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And Luvita Hill, Colonel Broadcast Assistant, is standing by, and as Davies fouls one off the grandstand roof above the Colonel first base dugout to even the count at 2-2, Luvita will have the early look at the action on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The lefty brings it. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Third strikeout for Zach Phillips. He's going to be tough to solve with that off-speed pitch.
Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In the American League, we have the Tigers and Royals at Comerica Park. Royals lead 4-1 in the top of the 5th. We have the A's and Red Sox at Fenway Park. Top of the 4th, Red Sox have it 3-1. The Rangers and Orioles are currently tied 1-1 at Camden Yards in the bottom of the 4th. And at the Metrodome, the score is 0-0 in the bottom of the 1st, and that's Indians Twins.
We'll get to the National League in just a moment. A changeup is low to Mark Trumbo, hitting 6th in the Allen Motor Company order. A breaking pitch downstairs, ball 2 to Mark. Mark blasted a 2-out, 2-run homer in the 7th last night to extend a Colonel lead from 4-2 to 6-2. It was his 11th home run of the year and his 40th and 41st RBIs of the season. Ball 3, high and outside to Mark Trumbo.
In the National League, the score is 0-0 at Dolphin Stadium, and that's Astros Marlins in the top of the 5th. At Great American Ballpark, the Reds lead the Rockies 4-1 in the bottom of the 4th. And our final game in the National League at Busch Stadium, Dodgers and Cardinals, score 0-0 on the bottom of the 1st. That was a look at our State Farm Major League scoreboard. Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn.
And thanks to you, Luvita. Ball 4 low as Trumbo took a 3-0 pitch for a strike. Mark Trumbo has drawn a 1-out walk against lefty Zach Phillips here in the second inning with the LumberKings. Here's Dallas Morris, one of the fellows in the in the Colonel clubhouse. In fact, Mark Trumbo, the runner at first, Luvita, told me that this was a special day for Dallas Morris, and you look at his biography and tell me if Trumbo was pulling my leg or not.
No, Trumbo was not.
Strike 1 to Dallas.
This indeed is a special day for Dallas Morris. Today is his birthday.
It is?
Yes, it is. Today is his 24th birthday.
Well, fantastic. I really thought Trumbo was giving me the business.
No way.
Happy birthday, Dallas Morris, who takes a strike.
His girlfriend even sent him a card down to the game, or before the game, down to the dugout.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yep.
Dallas's girlfriend, I think it's his fiancé.
Oh, wow.
Well, that is so neat that she's here and that she recognized Dallas on this special day in his life. Ball 1, just a little bit outside of the Colonel, right-handed hitting Dallas Morris, hitting .226, 6 homers, 34 runs driven in. Mark Trumbo has a good lead at first. He's not running. A changeup drops in for strike 2 to Dallas. Dallas Morris last night drew a pair of walks, was hit by a pitch. He was 0 for 1. Morris has had good success against Lumber King pitching this year. He's 7 for 25. Dallas turning 24 years old today. The 1-2 pitch from the lefty. Ground ball to second. What a play by Vallejo to stab it. He throws to second for a force out of Mark Trumbo. Terrific play by Jose Vallejo, who took a one-hop bullet off the bat of Dallas Morris, leaned far to his left, gloved it, pivoted, through to the shortstop. Matt Smith at second for the force of Mark Trumbo. Dallas Morris was robbed of a base hit into right on a terrific fielding play by Jose Vallejo at second for the LumberKings. Well, Luvita, was Dallas moved by the card from his fiancée, or did he know it was coming?
He didn't know there was a card coming. He was surprised.
That is so neat. Brett Martinez takes a fastball for a strike. Zach Phillips' record may be 2-6 with an ERA of 5.25, but you wouldn't know it against us. In 13 innings in 2 previous starts, this fella has only given us 4 runs in 13 innings. Struck out 16 Kernels in those 13 innings. A changeup is dribbled foul behind the plate. And it's 0-2 to Brett Martinez. Brett, the number 8 hitter in the Kernel lineup, 0-4 last night. Martinez batting .221. Brett, 6 feet tall, an Angel 24th round pick in 2002. 22-year-old right-handed hitting Brett Martinez waits for the 0-2 pitch. Here it is. Just low. The LumberKings wanted the call, didn't get it from plate umpire Corey Hinga. Well, who is the messenger or the courier of that card, Luvita?
Sonia Massey was.
Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey, who's roving around the ballpark taking pictures tonight with a snazzy new digital camera she bought earlier this summer. A throw to first chases Dallas Morris back. The Kernels lead the league in steals, 124 stolen bases in 90 games for the Kernels. We're 11th in the league in hitting, batting .238, 11th out of 14 teams, but we're only hitting .205 against Clinton pitching this season. Just .205 against the team with the highest ERA in the league, Clinton. A bouncer to third, backhanded by Whittleman. John regains his stride, throws to first, out. It was a high throw, and good base running by Brett Martinez, who slid feet first into the bag. I thought Brett might have been safe, but the base umpire, Jason Alper, called Martinez out to end the Kernels' second inning. No runs for the Kernels. A walk. There were no hits. There were no Clinton errors. The Kernels leave a runner and have stranded a pair. We're going to the third inning on Intermec Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark. Clinton 2 and the Kernels nothing.
Hey, it's Mariah Carey. So you know that feeling you get when you meet someone new and like you got those butterflies every time when you call? Well, here's a ringtone that I created just for that moment. And you can only get it at PepsiSmash.com. Then there's the flip side. The guy you chose to give the hee-ho 2 years ago, but he still keeps calling. Well, here's your signal not to pick up the phone. Nice, huh? There's only one place you can get these, PepsiSmash.com.
Pepsi gives you the chance to get original, exclusive ringtones created by your favorite artists like Mariah Carey. Look under specially marked Pepsi caps and log on to PepsiSmash.com for information. 1 in 3 gets a ringtone. Also enter for a chance to win the newest Motorola cell phones. A winner every 10 minutes. No purchase necessary. Promotion subject to official rules at PepsiSmash.com. Internet access required. You must be 13 or older to play. Promotion ends 8606. Ringtones must be downloaded by 82006. Void where prohibited.
Imagine the convenience of accomplishing your next real estate transaction under one roof. Buying a home, selling a home, or securing the right mortgage loan are simple and worry-free at Todd Financial Services. Todd Financial Services knows that you've worked hard to be able to make the dream of home ownership a reality. Todd Financial Services understands that people do business with people they trust. You can count on Todd Financial Services to put you and your needs first so that your real estate transactions are pleasurable.
After 2 innings, we welcome Tony Pantini into the booth after 2 innings. The Kernels trail Clinton 2-0. And Levita, if you could see what Tony has for us, that would be great. We want to correct something. Lise Dallas Morris's fiance thinks, well, I'm not in Cedar Rapids. Dallas's fiance did not deliver the card. It was Wilma, a Kernel fan. No, Wanda Edwards, not Wilma, Wanda Edwards. And rest assured, Dallas Morris, your girlfriend and fiance, it was Wanda Edwards, Luvita, and it was not a mistake. Well, it was a mistake on our part. It was just, the thought was right. Dallas did get a birthday card. It was from Wanda Edwards, a longtime Kernel fan. Wanda's she's been coming to the ball games for the last several decades. And Dallas Morris's fiance. We didn't want to upset you or confuse you. The birthday card came from a longtime Colonel fan, Wanda Edwards Luvita, who apparently shares the same birthday with Dallas Morris.
Okay.
All right, Tony, thank you so much.
Okay, I see.
And then I asked Sonia Massey, I said, well, is Dallas's fiance here? And she said no.
Oh, I thought I heard Sonia say it was from his girlfriend.
Well, in a sense it was. Wanda Edwards. Wanda is a delightful woman who has so many great years of experience, and Dallas Morris's fiance, rest assured, the card was from Wanda Edwards. I'm sure she received yours, Dallas's fiance, in the mail, and sorry for any confusion or heartache we might have inadvertently caused.
Sorry about that, and happy birthday, Wanda.
That's right. Happy birthday to Wanda Edwards. A 3-2 pitch from Ortega. Strike! 3 called to Matt Smith. In that rather long-winded apology and explanation, it was a payoff pitch to Matt Smith, but an important apology from Luvita and I. It was still a fun story, Luvita.
Made it interesting.
That's right, it sure did. Matt Smith caught looking, and there's one away here in the third inning for the LumberKings. Well, Luvita, you were down in the dugout before the game. I think we're going to be fine tonight. Was there any talk from our local meteorologist, Ron Pline, our equipment manager? He always knows whether it's going to rain or not.
I didn't hear anything from him, but I just heard talk on the concourse about rain.
It's not going to rain. A line drive by Jose Vallejo is caught by first baseman Mark Trumbo. Mark reached to his left like he was holding up his glove to stop traffic, and he stopped the ball. He caught it. 2 away here in the third inning. And the batter, Truman Mel. The air's heavy, the sky's overcast, but I just have a good feeling that we're not going to be rained on this evening. Let me look down to Colonel fan Ann Hearn. Ann is holding a Gatorade, and Paul Fugate, in a security mode, has sat down next to Ann Hearn, first row next to the Colonel dugout. Ann, would you give me a thumbs up if you too believe we're going to be fine tonight and that it will not rain? A change-up, and it's outside. Ann's not so sure. She's nodding her head. John, I can't really give a thumbs up on that. Ann, are you in agreement with me that we hope it doesn't rain? Yes, she's in full agreement on that. All right, a 1-1 pitch is a beauty. Strike 2 called to Truman Mel. Truman has an unusual first name. It's spelled Truan. Mel is out of the University of Maryland, and he's from Kansas City. Ground ball hit hard to short. Heinley Stacia a few steps to his left, has it, throws from behind second, and retires. Truman Mel. It's a 1-2-3 inning for 20-year-old right-hander Anthony Ortega. And that's 5 in a row set down by the Colonel starter tonight. After 2.5, it's still the LumberKings on top of the Kernels, 2-0. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Don't you wonder sometimes how all those companies who claim to be the best can actually be the best? Doesn't just one of them have to be the best? When it comes to motor coach travel, Tri-State Travel is the best. We have the highest safety rating, the largest variety of coaches, a trained driving staff, and 66 years of experience. Don't you want to travel with the best? That would be Tri-State Travel, now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
Hi, this is John Rogers, the voice of the Kernels. I'd like to share a few words with you about Colonel Team Physician, orthopedic surgeon Dr. David Terse. My father was a surgeon, and like most sons, I looked up to him as the greatest dad and the best doctor on earth. When I was diagnosed with a torn meniscus in my right knee recently, I wondered if my doctor here in Cedar Rapids would measure up to my dad's standards. My doctor was Dr. David Terse. Dr. Terse's thorough and expert explanation of my x-ray, his calm and reassuring description of the procedure he would be performing, and his kind and confident bedside manner impressed me beyond my expectations. Dr. Terse has those exceptional qualities we all hope to find in our doctor: an established reputation of excellence, the ability to communicate with us so that we understand and trust his words, and that gut feeling that he truly cares about us. Dr. Terse is a world-class surgeon and a first-class person. I've experienced firsthand why the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, the Colonel's parent ball club, has entrusted Dr. Terse to care for our players.
Leading off Number 25.
Bottom of the third inning, and it's 2-0 in favor of Clinton. We told you about Armed Forces Night tomorrow evening. The Kernels will be wearing camouflage jerseys sponsored by the Milling Company, and you can bid on those jerseys throughout the evening. Also, Pat McGrath's Chevyland Used Car Night tomorrow evening. 3 of you lucky Kernel fans, 18 years and older, will drive away with a used car from Pat McGrath's Chevyland. That's tomorrow evening. A curve is high and outside is Stantrell Smith. Stantrell hasn't played in the last couple of nights. He leads off for the Kernels in the third inning and slaps the 1-0 pitch foul onto the Papa John's Plaza down the right field line. Saturday night, Luvita Hill is loaded with fun.
That's right. We have fireworks thanks to Bank of the West, and we have the Blues Brothers coming to the game.
The one and only Blues Brothers in their final Cedar Rapids appearance. Stantrell whacks the next pitch foul. That one up onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, strike 2.
That's right. Gates open at 6 for that 7 o'clock game. Come on and watch the Blues Brothers and enjoy the fireworks afterwards.
From Bank of the West, yes. The 1-2 to Smith is in the dirt. Stantrell's batting .200. Right-handed batter. Tall, trim, fast. No homers, 10 RBIs for Stantrell Smith. The Kernels have had a tough time solving this change of speed artist, Zach Phillips. The 2-2. Stantrell pumps it foul up into the sweet level. It bounces back below. Our guest from Intermec is here, and Luvita, if you could escort John Wagner down and help him settle into those headsets. Thanks a lot, Luvita. We've been expecting John Wagner in the fourth inning, and John is right here on time. That's one of the many hallmarks of Intermec, is reliability. Swing and a miss on a breaking pitch in on the hands of Stantrell Smith. Strike 3. 4 strikeouts for lefty Zach Phillips. One away here in the third. Well, John Wagner, let's start with that great national anthem you sang. Does that come naturally to you, John, or are you trained in vocal?
Well, I took a degree in music, and that's how I got a job at Intermec.
One thing leads to another, right?
Yes.
That was fabulous, John. You were very poised. And do you sing in the church choir or in any sort of chorale group?
I direct a church choir.
You do?
Yes.
Which church?
Sharon United Methodist Church.
Fabulous. Well, that's great that you're serving the Lord in that way and your congregation in this community. Heinley Stacia took a changeup in the dirt. The Colonel leadoff batter now looks at a strike. Heinley singled in the first, leading off the game for the Kernels, leading off our first inning. Stole second, went to third on a wild throw, but was stranded. Fastball over but low, ball 2. Well, John Wagner, this has turned into some great tradition with the Intermec family and the Kernels.
Yes, we're really happy to be here. We have about 300-plus people here, family, friends, and employees, and enjoying a beautiful night here at Veterans.
Thank you. A sharply hit grounder to the shortstop, Matt Smith, who throws low in the dirt, and Terry Blunt can't pick it clean. It's a throwing error by Matt Smith. Matt Smith is charged with his 19th error of the year, and Heinley Stacia reaches with 1 out here in the third inning. Clinton leading 2-0. John Wagner's from Intermec, and John, in a nutshell, and I know that's difficult, but for folks listening who aren't familiar with what Intermec does, could you explain a little bit about what Intermec does?
Yes, we make mobile computers and peripheral devices to sell to companies all over the world.
You are worldwide, and that's an exciting facet of your company. Mobile devices and peripheral, what, John?
Well, peripherals, printers. We have 150 patents in the new RFID technology, so we kind of own that new RFID technology, and people come to us to patent it.
Wonderful. We'll get into some details of RFID as ball 1 is taken low and into Marco Albano. Marco batting with Stacia at first. 1 out. Bottom of the third on Intermec night here at the ballpark, and Clinton leading 2-0. We'll get to that acronym or that abbreviation, RFID, in just a moment, John, since that's one of your prime products. Line shot, base hit into center by Marco Albano. Stopping at second, Heinrich Stacia. John Wagner, did you hear the crack of the bat against that pitch?
I thought maybe the bat broke.
Wow. I thought maybe the ball was going to burst open at the seams. Either way, John and I heard that loud, thunderous clap of Marco Albano's base hit into center. Stacia had no choice but to stop at second as the ball whizzed into center. And now the Kernels, with one out, have runners at first and second, and Flint Whipke at the plate. Flint struck out looking in the first inning. John Wagner, what are RFIDs?
Radio frequency identification tags. They're the next generation to barcode labels.
Yes, I remember you sharing that exciting news with us last year, and that's a good comparison. It's just it's a better form of barcode technology, isn't it, John?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It'll last a long time, and you can program to them with radio frequencies. You can actually wake up the tag and change, put inventory under. You can tell where it came from. You can read it, or you can program to it.
That's amazing, and that technology developed at Intermec. The 1-0, now the lefty steps off. I know, John, last year I enjoyed asking you about a good friend of ours, Kim Smith. Kim's father, Al, has been a long-time member of our board of directors. He's in our Baseball Hall of Fame. You mentioned, as Flint Whipke takes a strike on the inside corner, that Intermec is an international company, and Kim is a great ambassador for your company.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Where does she travel to? Places like England and Australia?
England, Australia, Canada, South America, Spain.
That is something, John. Curve, beauty, strike two called. Flint is not happy. He turns his back on the home plate umpire, leaves the batter's box. Flint Whipke thought that pitch was inside, and Flint is now in the hole 1-2. Stacia at second. He reached on a throwing error by the shortstop, Matt Smith. Albano ripped his single into center. The 1-2 to Flint. Curve and a swing and a miss. Flint Whipke strikes out swinging. 2 away here in the Colonel third for Jordan Renz, who bounced out the third to end the Colonel first inning. John Wagner, I know you said you had over 300 employees and their family members here this evening on Intermec night. Approximately how many folks work at Intermec?
Over 300 people here in Cedar Rapids, and then we have over 1,200 across the world.
Wow, and they are very, very good jobs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're based out of Everett, Washington. We have a facility in Cincinnati, Ohio, in Las Vegas, and Singapore.
In Singapore?
Yes, we have a large facility. We're just expanding the facility in Singapore. Plus, we have a facility in Toulouse, France, and in near London, England.
Well, that is indeed an international company. Can folks buy stock in your company?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe that when we watch the TV9 News that Intermec is one of the companies, the local companies, that is highlighted.
IN is the letters to look for.
Okay, IN. 2 on, 2 out for Jordan Renz, Colonel cleanup batter. 2-0 Clinton, bottom of the third inning. The 6'1 southpaw, Phillips, checks Stacia. Now time is called by Jordan. The skies continue to darken, but no sign of rain. I have teased one of our fans, John Wagner, a season ticket holder, Ann Hearn. She wouldn't quite go along with me that it's not going to rain tonight, but she did say she, like you and I, hope it doesn't. I don't think it is. Strike one to Jordan Renz. Fortunately, if we do get a shower, we have the beautiful 31-foot wide concourse that folks can seek refuge and socialize and visit and have refreshments, but I think we're going to be fine. Not a whisk of wind in the air this evening. The flag in right center is perfectly calm. Ball one, low and away to Jordan, 1-1. John Wagner, you said that you studied music in college. Where did you go to college?
I went to college. It's now called Truman State University, and then I got a second degree, a computer science degree at Mount Mercy.
And that probably helped you a lot for your job at Intermec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ball two just downstairs as Renz wouldn't offer on that tantalizing changeup from Zach Phillips, the lefty. Center fielder for the LumberKings, Truman Mel, is pulled a little bit over to his right. He's in left center for Jordan Renz. Renz had his biggest night of the year in Clinton. earlier this season, belting 3 homers, driving in 11 runs. Swing and a miss, a throw to second. Heinley's a goner. He's out. They call him safe, and a big argument should erupt as Jose Vallejo is adamant that he tagged Heinley Stacia. Heinley, John Wagner, was certainly a dead duck at second, but Vallejo, I think, missed the tag. Boy, that throw by the catcher, Valicka, was right on the money, and it looked like Heinley was picked off second. Now the deuces are wild. 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Renz. 2-0. LumberKings here in the bottom of the third. Jordan ready for the 2-2 offering. A towering pop-up to the second baseman. Jose Vallejo calls, waits, and has it. Jordan Renz has popped out to second to end the Kernel third inning. No runs for the Kernels. 1 hit, 1 LumberKing error, their second of the evening. The Kernels leave a pair and have stranded 4 so far tonight. We'll be back with our fascinating guest, John Wagner of Intermec. They have over 300 employees and families of Intermec employees here this evening. After 3, 2-0 LumberKings.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road behind Guppy's on the Go. And for a limited time, everything in stock has been reduced by 20%. That's right, 20% off all shrubs, plants, and trees, like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality, and for a limited time, 20% off all in-stock trees, shrubs, and plants. See the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to introduce you to an easy-to-understand, affordable life insurance plan with great benefits. It's simplified issue whole life from Pekin Insurance. The plan requires no medical exam, has guaranteed rates for life, and a guaranteed cash value. Life insurance made simple and affordable from Pekin Insurance. To learn more, contact me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
4th inning action, and on Intermec night, it's 2-0 LumberKings. They'll send the heart of their order up against 20-year-old Colonel right-hander Anthony Ortega. The LumberKings are trying to snap a 9-game losing skid, and the Kernels are trying to win their 8th game in their last 10. Ball 1 low and into Terry Blunt, who broke his bat and dumped an RBI single into right in the first inning. John Wagner is from Intermec. It's their annual here's a high fly ball lifted into left center. Marco Albano scoots over and makes the catch in left. Terry Blunt has flown to left, and there's one away here in the 4th for Clinton, and that is now 6 straight set down by the Colonel right-hander, who on this warm, humid, muggy, cloudy Thursday night is wearing a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his white Colonel home uniform. John Mayberry wrapped into an inning-ending double play, or check that, he wrapped into a double play for the first 2 outs in the LumberKing 2-run first. John, a right-handed batter, had 3 hits in last night's Kernel win, ball 1 low. Intermec's John Wagner is with us, and we've talked about his fabulous singing of the national anthem. What Intermec does as a company, a high pop foul straight behind home plate will hit the grandstand roof. Strike 1 to Mayberry. John, what is your role at Intermec?
I'm a product strategist for the marketing group, and our job is to take and analyze the businesses and what they need and to try to provide the products for them.
Boy, that is both fascinating and challenging, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You've spent a lot of time probably conceptualizing. A check swing roller up the first baseline. Mark Trumbo has it. 2 steps in front of the bag. He turns and beats John Mayberry to first base. John Mayberry was cheated out of the swing as he checked up, and the pitch from Ortega rolled up the first baseline for an easy, unassisted putout for Mark Trumbo. John, that means you have to anticipate based on customer needs, what the next need will be.
Yes, and the technology is moving so fast that we have to be 1 or 2 generations ahead.
Here's a deep drive to left, sending Marco Albano to the base of the warning track. Marco has it. John Whittleman gave the first pitch from Anthony Ortega a ride and drilled it the other way. A left-handed batter hammered it to deep left, but it was caught by Marco Albano for the final out, and a 1-2-3 inning here in the fourth for Anthony Ortega. We'll pick up right where we've left off with John Wagner. I want him to talk about that challenge of keeping a step or two ahead of the fast-changing technology in the world of mobile devices that help retailers track and stock inventory, among many other services that Intermec provides. Kernels come to bat in the bottom of the fourth, down by a pair to the LumberKings, 2-0.
This summer, children of all ages will enhance their imaginations through reading thanks to the summer reading program. Toyota Financial Services, The Gazette, Culver's Frozen Custard and Butter Burgers, and Bloomsbury Farm have teamed up with the Cedar Rapids Kernels, encouraging children to read during the summer. For every 250 minutes a child reads, they will receive a reward to be claimed at the Ben Ritter Diamond Shop at Veterans Memorial Stadium. For every child that reaches 1,000 minutes, they will be invited to the Kernels Reader Recognition Day, Sunday, August 27th. They will receive the autographs of Kernels players on the field. Encourage your child to start reading today, helping them reach their goals for the summer.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a kick and mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more.
I'm a pepper.
Heck, you know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one full taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Woo! Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Kernels bat in the bottom of the fourth, trying to solve lefty Zach Phillips, who's pitching for the third time against us. Zach is not a big guy, 6'1", 205, and the first pitch to Josh Davies, a solid cut and a swing and a foul straight back. John Wagner's our guest from Intermec. It's their night here at the ballpark. Over 300 employees from Intermec and their families enjoying their annual entertainment outing here at the ballpark. The 0-1 to Davies is low. John, on a personal note, your folks are listening this evening, and we, ironically enough, mentioned that it's our third baseman's birthday, Dallas Morris. It's even a bigger milestone that I want you to give a shout-out to your folks to in their marriage.
Yes, I'd like to wish a happy 53rd wedding anniversary to my mom and dad. That's Carl and Faye Wagner. And tomorrow, July 14th, is their anniversary.
That is fabulous. My aunt and uncle in Denver, I think, are on year 53 as well. Davies on a 2-1 pitch, fouls it away up onto the middle mezzanine terrace. 53 years of marriage by two are highlighted by John Wagner. His parents have been married 53 years. And, John, I understand they're probably tuned in tonight.
Yes, they are, and that's why I wanted to say hi to them, tell them I love them.
Well, sure. Thank you. Strike three called on the outside corner to Josh Davies, and there's one out here in the Kernel fourth inning. Boy, Zach Phillips looks like a young Harvey Haddix or Bobby Shands or Freddie Norman. All Randy Jones, all short in stature, lefties. That is now 6 strikeouts for the Clinton lefty. We're only in the bottom of the fourth inning, and it's 2-0 LumberKings. John Wagner from Intermec sang the national anthem this evening. And, John, there's a little bit of genetic gift from your father in that musical realm, isn't there?
Yes, my dad sang with Leo Grieco and the Pioneers for probably 15, 18 years.
Wow, that's wonderful. Ball one outside to even the count to Mark Trumbo, 1-1. Mark walked his first time up. Kernels and LumberKings each have a pair of hits. Clinton scored 2 in the top of the first, and they lead it 2-0 here in the bottom of the fourth as a changeup is in the dirt. ball 2 to Mark Trumbo. The skies continue to darken. The Kernel equipment manager, Ron Klein, never one to be over-optimistic. He's got a doom and gloom forecast as he looks up to the sky, predicting it's going to open up any moment. I don't buy it. Here's strike 2 call to Mark Trumbo on a changeup at the knees. Mark is a big, tall right-handed batter, uses a wide ash bat, steps out for just a moment. Trumbo towers over the 6'1" lefty, Zach Phillips, who brings it. Curve and a deep drive into left center. Way back Trumbo. He reaches up and makes a spectacular leaping catch in left center. The crowd acknowledges that big league catch by Trumbo, who robbed Trumbo of a double or triple. Mark Trumbo on a 2-2 pitch ripped it into left center, deep left center. Trumbo glided back, then turned on his throttle and let it all loose. Truman putting himself back together out there, left his feet, dove in front of the warning track, in front of the 407 sign. That's how well Mark Trumbo got a hold of that pitch, but a long, deep fly ball out to left center for the second out here in the Kernel 4th inning. Well, John Wagner, we are just so grateful that you and your folks at Intermec choose to come and visit us every summer. It's been a great relationship. You work with Jack Rader on it, don't you, John?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I don't know how many years it's been, 10+ years.
Yes.
We've been able to come out here, and again, the ballpark's fantastic. So this is a perfect place to go in the summertime.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate that testimony. Here's a sharp shot to first. Terry Blunt catches it. Well, the Kernels just haven't had any hitting luck so far tonight against lefty Zach Phillips. Dallas Morris hit one right on the nose, but lines out to first. Now, interestingly enough, well, first of all, let's wrap up the 4th inning. Down in order go the Kernels at the hands of the LumberKings. We're going to see, John, could you say one more half inning?
Yes, sir.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
The umpires are conversing between home and first to talk about the possibility of rain, but no rain through 4 innings as the LumberKings hold a 2-0 edge over the Kernels.
For your communication needs, internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
Through 4 innings, a tightly ordered game for a 2-0 in favor of Clinton. And Colonel right-hander Anthony Ortega has retired 8 straight LumberKing batters. Anthony gave up a pair in the first, but has been terrific since then. The last man to reach against Ortega leads off here in the 5th for Clinton, Joe Kemp, left-handed batter. A changeup dips over but low for ball 1 to Kemp. Joe's a .247 batter with a couple of homers, 27 RBIs. Joe Kemp, the 1-0. Swing and a miss, a sinking fastball to Joe Kemp. It'll be Kemp, Velicka, and Herron for the Clinton Ball Club here in the top of the 5th. 2-0 in favor of the LumberKings. A bouncer to first. Mark Trumbo charges, then leads Ortega beautifully for the out. Mark Trumbo had a tricky go of it, that ball topped by the left-handed batter Kemp to shallow first. Trumbo had to charge it, and then Mark had to throw across his body underhand to the pitcher Ortega covering, and Mark was dandy on that sidearm underhand toss to Ortega. It was a close play, a very close play at first, but Joe Kemp is out 3-1, and that's 9 in a row retired by Anthony Ortega. 9 in a row for the Colonel right-hander, who deals a strike in to Brian Velicka. Let's get back, John Wagner, from Intermec to that statement you made earlier about having to stay ahead of the technology and learning curve. Do you do that by sending people out into the field to talk to retailers? Do you do surveys? How do you judge when a new product should hit the market?
We meet regularly with all of the large customers that you know, some of the big names you'd probably typically expect, and then we take it back and try to develop our own technology.
A ground ball to second. Josh Davies gets a room service hop and throws out Brian Velicka. That is now 10 straight retired by the 20-year-old Colonel, Venezuelan right-hander, Anthony Ortega. He's set down 10 straight LumberKings. And then it sounds to me, by your description, John Wagner, that maybe there would be some testing involved or some trials.
Well, yeah, there's testing. There's serious testing done in-house, and then with special customers, we may take and test some of our latest technologies.
A change-up, a strike call to left-handed hitting Casey Heron.
I mean, we talked about RFID tags. We also have a huge facility in Toulouse, France, where we do laser technology and scanner technology.
Laser and scanner technology. All of this makes it easy for us as consumers, us Americans, or worldwide for that matter, don't like to wait in line.
Well, it's a matter of helping those who deliver the products to our customers or those who work in the warehouse. We want to take and make their job work quicker, so they can work quicker and work smarter.
Work quicker and work smarter. Any business wants that as one of their strengths. Ball one low to Casey Heron as Ortega tries to make it 11 in a row. He misses high and in for ball 2. 2-2 to Casey Heron, who grounded out to second to end the Clinton second inning. Clinton on top, 2-0. We're in the top of the 5th inning already on Intermec night. Have a big group here from Intermec of over 300. Spearheaded by John Wagner. Ball 3 just outside a fastball. Good-sized crowd here this evening. We mentioned the big group from Plum Supply on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, and the huge gathering of folks on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace from Bank, Iowa. Ball 4, the Colonels thought they had. Casey Heron struck out. He was in the hole 0-2, and Anthony Ortega loses him, walking Casey Heron with 2 out here in the Clinton 5th inning. John, with all the traveling that some of your folks have to do worldwide, do you have a person in-house that is your travel coordinator?
We have a part-time travel coordinator, yes. Well, part-time in Cedar Rapids.
Here's a bunt up the third base line, and it's gloved in foul ground, 2/3 of the way up the line on the dirt base running path by Dallas Morris. Strike one on Matt Smith, who struck out leading off the 3rd inning. And I would suppose that you probably fly a lot out of our airport and Quad City International Airport.
Mostly out of Cedar Rapids, and I travel a lot to the east. Our corporate office is in Washington, like I say, so I'll fly to Seattle. Or if I need to visit with customers, I usually end up, for some reason, going out towards northwest or the west.
Sure. Here's a line shot into shallow center. It drops in front of Stantrell Smith, and it's a 2-out single for Matt Smith. Stantrell was not really sure if he should go all out for that ball and risk a diving effort that might have resulted in an out, but could have been disastrous as well. It could have skipped by him, so Stantrell played it safe. And a 1-hop single at the feet of Stantrell Smith by Matt Smith, and a 2-out threat for the LumberKings, who lead it 2-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. The batter, Jose Vallejo. He was hit on an 0-1 pitch in the 1st inning and scored one of the 2 LumberKing runs of this game. Vallejo, a switch hitter. Oh, the skies still look solid to me. Still look like we're going to escape unscathed. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Jose Vallejo, a switch hitter, batting left, does not wear batting gloves. And a changeup drifts high and outside to Vallejo. Ball one. Vallejo wears his black LumberKings socks up high. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Anthony Ortega's sinking fastball for strike one. John Wagner, do you have somebody in the recruiting or sales end who goes out to companies and shows them what you have to offer?
We have hundreds of people literally that do that all across the world, and especially right now we're...
Strike two called on the outside corner to the Clinton leadoff batter.
We have two new products we're coming out with this fall, a small handheld computer and a vehicle-mounted computer for forklift trucks and things like that. And so they're getting a lot of press, and we're getting a lot of interested customers.
Well, great. That's good news. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Vallejo down on strikes to end a two-out threat by the LumberKings. Anthony Ortega pulled the string on Vallejo and gets him swinging for his third strikeout of the game. Well, John Wagner, thank you so much on behalf of the Kernels. Congratulations to you and Intermec for another banner year, and happy anniversary to your folks.
Thank you very much. Go Kernels.
John Wagner from Intermec, thank you so much. Yes, I echo John's sentiments. Go Kernels. We go to the home half of the fifth inning. Clinton still leads us 2-0. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Training and the highest quality craftsmanship in the world are two hallmarks of union workers. Prospective construction clients can depend on workers who have learned their craft and mastered their skills through the Cedar Rapids Iowa City Building Trades and Construction Council World-Class Apprenticeship Program. These experienced tradesmen will work with signed contractors to bring flexibility, efficiency, safety, and the highest skill and quality in the world to all building and construction projects. Eastern Iowa works best when we say union, yes.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
Brett Martinez, number 8 hitter, takes a healthy rip at a first pitch fastball from lefty Zach Phillips, and Brett fouls it into the middle of the catcher, Brian Velica. 1 strike on Martinez to open up the Kernel fifth inning. 2-0 LumberKings. They scored 2 in the first against Kernel 20-year-old right-hander Anthony Ortega, who's making his 3rd start of the year. Phillips misses out away with the fastball to Brett. Zach Phillips has retired 5 straight Kernels. His changeup is low. Ball 2 to Brett Martinez. Brett's a .221 hitting right-handed hitting catcher who's belted a couple of homers this year and driven in 25 runs. Strike 2 called at the knees. A fastball on the outside corner. Man, this LumberKing lefty has hit his spot so far here tonight. He's been very impressive. Isn't it funny how a guy can be so on or so off? That's the kind of season it's been for the lefty Phillips, who rings up Brett Martinez for his 7th strikeout of the game. Brett caught looking on a 2-2 pitch at the knees. 7 strikeouts for Zach Phillips. This is a real shocking development because the Kernels are hitting 39 points higher against left-handed pitching this season than right-handers. The Kernels hitting .267 against southpaws, only .228 against right-handed pitching. And only .205 against Clinton pitching. The LumberKings have the high. Here's a drive into left by Stantrell Smith, a sinking liner, but it's caught by Casey Heron. Stantrell Smith with the 4th line drive out by a Colonel tonight. And they are quickly 2 away. Here in this 5th inning, we'll have a chance for you to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Spring House coming up in the top of the 6th inning. Our Spring House trivia question. Heinley Stacia has reached twice for the Kernels so far this evening. And Heinley pops the first pitch foul down into the right field corner on the run. Chasing it is Joe Kemp, the right fielder, as well as Vallejo and Blunt from second and first, but it's out of play. With the Kernels trailing 2-0, this game is 1 out from being an official contest. So we'll hope that the rain holds off and that the Kernels can rally here with nobody on. 2 out. Zach Phillips, the lefty, is retired. 7 straight Kernels. Heinley on an 0-1 delivery lifts his back leg up. The pitch was low and in for ball 1. Statia's now 10th in the league in hitting with a .305 average. Ball 2 is outside. And Zach Phillips falls behind Heinley Stacia, 2-1. Heinley's trying to reach for the 3rd time tonight. Ball 3 downstairs, a changeup. Stacia serving as the Colonel leadoff batter this evening. Brad Kuhn is shelved with a slight strain of a hamstring muscle. The 3-1 to Heinley is low, ball 4. Heinley Stacia is aboard for the 3rd time in a row tonight. Will Colonel broadcast assistant Luvita Hill, we haven't had a chance to tell our listeners about who had a pregame picnic this evening.
We had North Keokuk County Fire Department.
Boy, that's impressive.
Some important people in the community right there.
Marco Albano is 1 for 2. Singled hard into center his last time up. Tying run at the plate. Marco takes a fastball on the outside corner at the knees. That's where Zach Phillips has been very effective so far this evening. The 0-1 to the Colonel number 2 hitter. Outside, and it's 1-1. 2-0 in favor of Clinton. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lights have been on here since the 2nd inning. 85 degrees was our game time temperature. It's now 83 degrees. Albano takes just high for ball 2. Well, it's the middle of the summer, Luvita, in Iowa City, and you live in Coralville. It's still a pretty peaceful place, isn't it?
That's right, it is. Because it's the summer and so few students stay, it is still peaceful. And I think this summer is a little bit more peaceful than last summer.
Well, that's good to hear. I know you have enjoyed in the past working at the Iowa sports camps. Now, those kids are probably all over campus.
No, actually, they just stay in the sports area.
Okay.
Area.
They're a little bit confined then.
That's right. For sports camps, when I worked it, the kids, they had, we'll call it a boundary, and they could only stay where the sports complexes were.
You know, and that's smart. I'll tell you why in a moment. The 2-1 to Albano. A shot in the right field corner. Fair ball. Heinley Stacia may be waved home. Bobby Magallanes waving Stacia home. Heinley will score to cut the Clinton lead to 2-1. Diving into third is Marco Albano with a 2-out RBI triple down the right field line. Marco Albano is now 2 for 3. He laced a line shot into the right field corner, and it took Joe Kemp a long time to get over and then field it. Heinley Stacia raced home with 2 outs all the way from first, and Marco Albano looked like Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, as he dove headlong. His batting helmet came popping off his head into third. It's Marco's first triple of the year, and the Lumber King lead is sliced in half. Flint Whipke, the batter, with 2 out, and a runner at third, Marco Albano. Now, Flint Whipke has had a tough go of it against Zach Phillips. He has struck out looking and struck out swinging. Perhaps the third look by Flint at this talented lefty Phillips will be the trick. Zach chokes a curveball off and misses outside. Ball 1 to Flint Whipke. 2-1 Lumber Kings. Tying run at third, Marco Albano. Bottom of the 5th inning. 2 out. Flint took ball 1 outside. Whipke waits the 1-0. Chopped foul off the railing of the Colonel first base dugout. The reason, Levita, I think it's smart that the University of Iowa sports campers have boundaries is that way their parents will be assured that they are supervised.
That's right, John. And another reason we have those boundaries is because we also have academic camps taking place on the other side of campus.
Sure.
As you know,
Ball 2 just low to Flint.
Our campus is divided by a river.
Yes.
1 half is sports and 1 half is more academic.
Yeah.
And we just want to make sure that the kids know they're there for camp. Sports camps, they're there for their athletic ability, and the academic camps, they're there for their academic ability, and they don't need to intermingle. And since they are teenagers,
yes,
their thought might not be the best.
Exactly. That's well put. The 2-1 to Flint. Curve and a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Boy, that Zach Phillips breaking pitch has given the Colonel hitters, not just Flint Whipke, but all the Colonel batters, fits tonight. Tying run at third. 2 away. Bottom of the 6th inning. Bottom of the 5th inning, rather. Excuse me. Bottom of the 5th inning. The 2-2. Curve high and outside. Ball 3 now to Flint Whipke. Albano has tripled home Heinley Stacia with the first Colonel run of this game in the bottom of the 5th inning to cut a Lumber King lead of 2-0 in half. 2-1 Clinton. Here's the payoff pitch to the Colonel DH. Strike 3 called to end the inning. Flint Whipke called out. Listen to the chorus of boos, not at Flint, but at the plate umpire, Corey Hinga. 1 run in the 5th for the Colonels. On 1 hit, a walk. There were no Lumber King errors. The Colonels strand 1 man and have left 5. It's an official game as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Stay tuned. Your chance to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse comes in the 6th inning. After 5, 2-1 Lumber Kings.
In today's work world, knowledge is power. Training for modern job skills is opportunity and security. And you have one of the best choices for your future right here in Eastern Iowa. It's Kirkwood. Kirkwood Community College offers over 100 degree programs to give you new job opportunities or a smart start on your college path. Find out more today. Call Kirkwood Admissions, 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here. Go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Papa John, and when I say better ingredients, better pizza, I'm not talking about a little better. I'm talking about a lot better. Let's talk about our pizza sauce. It's made from fresh, fine-ripened tomatoes, not from concentrate. And when it comes to ingredients, we select from the world's best. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. A lot better.
Call your neighborhood Papa John's today and ask for the Home Run Special, a large, thin, or original crust pizza with up to 3 toppings for $10.99. Just $10.99.
Great teams consist of diverse talent. Rockwell Collins understands this and is committed to developing diversity in our community. We recognize that our leadership in the aviation and communications electronics industry hinges on attracting and retaining a diverse workforce. And we're working with other Iowa companies to create an environment that nurtures diversity. Rockwell Collins. Different thinking makes us great. Great thinking makes us different.
A 2-out RBI triple by Marco Albano, his first triple of the year, has gotten the Kernels a little bit closer as we go to the 6th inning. It's 2-1 in favor of Clinton. Truan Mel singled and scored in the LumberKings 2-run first. He leads off here in the 6th inning and bashes one into deep left center. On the run, Stantrell Smith dives, can't quite get it. Great effort by Stantrell. Truan Mel will stop at second with a leadoff double. Oh, Stantrell Smith gave it a great effort, diving into left center field, got a glove on it, backing up the play Marco Albano, and it's a leadoff double for Truan Mel, his 8th double of the year. And the LumberKings have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. They lead it 2-1. If you've been a previous winner, one of our 44 previous winners of a $5 gift certificate in our Springhouse Trivia question, please don't call in this evening, but certainly play along wherever you're tuned in. And Luvita Hill, Colonel Broadcast Assistant, will tell you about a couple of great menu items, meals that you can savor at the Springhouse. A check swing by Terry Blunt, and he fouls one into the screen, strike one.
At the Springhouse, you can get the roasted pork chop. That's 8 ounces of pork chop for $7.95, which I hear is very good.
It is, Luvita. I've had that roasted pork chop, and it's succulent, it's juicy, it's just very, very tasty at the Springhouse, that roasted pork chop. 8 ounces.
Wow.
The 0-1 to Terry Blunt, left-handed batter. Instead, Ortega steps off the rubber and whirls and looks Truan Mel back to second.
I'm not familiar with meat size, John. Is 8 ounces a lot?
For a pork chop, yes. Very good portion. Usually takes 2 sandwiches or 2 pieces of... A bouncer to second, and the runner will go to... it went over under the glove of Josh Davies for an error, and it's 3-1 LumberKings. Josh Davies took the tailgate up too quickly. Terry Blunt is aboard on an error. He will not be credited with an RBI. Truan Mel scores from second. Josh Davies charged that bouncer, and we never have, never will get on a ball player for making a physical mistake. That's all it was. An error on the Colonel's second baseman, Davies. And it's 3-1 LumberKings. Doggone it, you fight so hard to get that first run, and then a double and an error, and the LumberKings have their original 2-run lead back. Broasted pork chop is not the only broasted delight at the Springhouse, though, Luvita.
That's right. They have broasted chicken also, which is $7.25.
And that chicken includes quite a number of side helpings.
That's right. Well, for the chicken part, if you get a regular order, you get 1 breast, 1 thigh, 1 leg, and 1 wing.
At the Springhouse, that broasted chicken.
That's right. And if you get the white meat only, that's 2 breasts. And these dinners come with French fries and creamy coleslaw.
That's what I thought. At the Springhouse, ball 1 inside to John Mayberry, who's 0 for 2. He had 3 hits last night. He's a .250 batter who leads Clinton with 11 homers and has driven in 40. A throw to first, the runner back. Luvita Hill with our Springhouse trivia question.
Here it goes. Michael Young became the second Texas Ranger to win an American League batting title last season. The first and only other Ranger to lead the American League in hitting did so in 1991 with a .341 average.
A pitch in the dirt. Terry Blunt was running, and he steals second on ball 2 to John Mayberry. Let me paraphrase the start of Luvita's Springhouse trivia question. Michael Young won the batting title in the AL last year, just the second Texas Ranger to do so. The only other Ranger to win the batting title for Texas did so in 1991. Luvita, continue from there, please.
This player broke in 1982 and is still playing. Who is he? The number to call, 896-7589.
A deep drive foul onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. Those folks from Plum Supply will have a souvenir. Yes, that phone number again, Luvita, for the Springhouse trivia question.
896-7589.
And Luvita, thanks to Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey, you and I can reflect on the game and the Springhouse trivia question. Well, we have one incorrect. Well, the phone keeps ringing. We'll ask Sonia to remember some of the incorrect answers so that we can share those as hints. A change up in the low for ball 2. And we'll take our time, son. You can write both in. Okay. 2 people have answered Rafael Palmeiro. No, that is not correct. Rafael Palmeiro is no longer playing. He did not win a batting title in 91, but those are great guesses, Rafael Palmeiro. The swing and a foul behind a wild pitch gets through the leg, a pass ball, I don't know which. Boy, the Kernels have come unraveled here in the 6th inning. That's a pass ball on Brett Martinez. Boy, I don't know, Luvita, if we've seen the phone lines light up quite as quickly as we have tonight for the Springhouse Trivia question. Call after call after call, and I think Sonia's going to deliver us a winner.
I hope so. Yes, she is.
That is great that we have a winner to report on. Not so great. 3-1 Clinton here in the 6th inning. Infield in. The 3-2 pitch from Ortega to Mayberry. Ooh, a line shot into center. A base hit to make it 4-1 LumberKings. John Mayberry almost undressed Anthony Ortega as he ripped an RBI single into center. And Clinton, on the verge of breaking a 9-game losing streak, leads this game 4-1. 4-1 LumberKings. And here comes Kernan Ronan to pay a visit to Anthony Ortega. Well, we're going to have Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill repeat our Springhouse Trivia question, give the answer, and then congratulate our winner.
Here's the question. Michael Young became the 2nd Texas Ranger to win an American League batting title last season. The first and only other Ranger to lead the American League in hitting did so in 1991 with a .341 average. This player broke in 1982 and is still playing. Who is he? The answer, Julio Franco. And congratulations to Tim Bremer of Hiawatha, Iowa.
Tim Bremer, congratulations. That is fantastic. Yes, Julio Franco broke in 1982 with the Phillies, and I believe he's 47 or 48 years old, and I believe he's with the Mets now. And again, Luvita, the name of our Springhouse Trivia question winner.
Tim Bremer from Hiawatha.
Way to go, Tim. That was not an easy question. I think we had 5 or 6 calls that guessed Rafael Palmeiro, a very logical guess, but not correct.
That's right. We also had someone guess Pudge Rodriguez.
Another great guess. Pudge is now with the Detroit Tigers, but he was a great player for the Rangers. Never won a batting title, though. A changeup is ball 2 to the batter. Tim Fitzgerald has made it. Luvita, you and I were expecting Tim, and Liberty Bank's Tim Fitzgerald has dropped in to say hello on Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark. Luvita will get him acclimated to the headset. Tim Fitzgerald is here from Liberty Bank. It's 3-0 to John Whittleman. I'm going to joke with Tim about the weather, and I think he'll understand, because the last several times that Liberty Bank has tried to have a group outing, it's poured. Tonight, Tim, it's not pouring, but it's been overcast and threatening most of the evening. But, Tim, I said from the very outset that I did not think it was going to rain on Liberty Bank tonight.
Well, we were fortunate tonight.
A throw to second, the runner, ball four, John Whittleman walks. And this may be the last batter that Anthony Ortega faces. The 20-year-old Venezuelan has pitched valiantly tonight, but the LumberKings have a big 6th inning going. They've scored 2, and they now lead at 4-1. Tim Fitzgerald is a very familiar name in our community because Tim is one of the great folks that you can visit for any of your banking needs at Liberty Bank. Tim, things are going real well at Liberty Bank. You've established yourself in the community.
Yes, we have, John. We've been in the community about 3.5 years. We now have 2 offices, one downtown at 320 3rd Street Southeast, the second one at 5210 Council Street Northeast.
And that's great for me because I do a lot of business downtown, and like a lot of Cedar Rapidians, I get around on Collins Road and Blair's Ferry, so I drop in there. My privileged status with my ATM, you being a locally owned bank, is a big plus because I don't get charged for my ATM, and I live by it.
That's right.
It's another of the many pluses at Liberty Bank, but what really sets Liberty Bank apart, Tim, and I think you'd agree, is how friendly and knowledgeable the folks are. It really is a different bank.
Yes, it is. We've got a great staff, John, and we focus on that for everybody, to be friendly and greet people by their first name.
It makes a huge difference. And an Army marches on its stomach, and I don't know how many times when I've come in, those fresh-baked chocolate chip cookies are there for you have customer appreciation about every week.
Just about every day, actually.
Yeah, that's great. An 0-1 pitch is pop foul, a bunt attempt by Joe Kemp, and strike two. That's a lifetime honorary Colonel contract and a free spaghetti dinner to Zio Gianos for the fellow that snagged that bunt. Well, the LumberKings are trying to break this game open. The Kernels trail 4-1. We're in the top of the sixth inning. Joe Kemp is in the hole 0-2 with runners at first and second and nobody out. Joe Kemp has walked and been retired, first base to pitcher covering. Let's see if Andy Fox, the skipper of the LumberKings, will have Kemp bunting or swinging away here. If the Kernels can get out of this jam in the sixth inning, trailing 4-1, it'll give us some momentum because the LumberKings have runners at first and second with nobody out. Fastball clocked at 91 miles an hour is high to Joe Kemp. I love the name Liberty Bank, and our fans love your logo here at the ballpark, Tim, because it symbolizes patriotism.
Yes, it does, and we're proud to participate with the Kernels in our ball toss at the start of each game, too.
It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Strike three call to Joe Kemp. Yes, the Liberty Bank ball toss has become a real fixture and a real highly anticipated, electrifying moment here at the ballpark, and thanks to some great help from your folks, Tim, we've kind of sweetened the incentive to catch one of those Liberty Bank Gold Star baseballs because we have some grand giveaways that will be drawn for at the end of the year, and you're able to find some new folks that might be interested in doing business with you.
That's right, and it was actually your idea, John, to come up with those prizes, so we appreciate your help.
Well, thank you. It was a team effort for sure. One out as Joe Kemp strikes out looking, and now a foul off to the right. The Colonel grounds crew has moved into the Colonel first base dugout, and that means that there might be some showers coming, but I'm going to stand by my optimistic hope that we won't have any rain here tonight. 0-1 to Brian Velica. Here in the top of the sixth inning, the LumberKings have struck for a pair and lead it 4-1. Anthony Ortega's 0-1. Beautiful changeup, and the plate umpire Corey Hinga said it was low for ball one. To Brian Velica, a .232 hitting catcher with 5 homers, 24 RBIs. He steps out and takes a long look at his manager coaching at third, Andy Fox. Mayberry at second, Whittleman at first. A bouncer to short, could be a double play. Stacia has it, underhands to Davies. Josh's throw to first, in time on a fabulous stretch by Mark Trumbo. The batter, Brian Velica, is furious with the base umpire who called him out. That's a huge double play to keep the Kernels in this game. A huge double play turned by Stacia Davies, and Mark Trumbo made a fabulous pick of a throw to the right field side of first in the dirt by Josh Davies, who had John Whittleman boring down on him at second. A double play turned by the Kernels keeps the Kernels right in this ball game, keeps us right in this game. Boy, the LumberKings had runners at first and second, nobody out, had already scored twice, and it looked like they might break the game open, but Anthony Ortega said, no, sir, nothing doing. 2 runs for Clinton in the sixth inning. On 2 hits, 1 Colonel error, a stolen base, a pass ball, a walk, and the LumberKings leave the base. They leave 1 man aboard. Clinton is now left for tonight. We go to the bottom of the sixth inning. We'll continue our visit with a great Colonel sponsor. They have a group outing here tonight from Liberty Bank. More with Tim Fitzgerald next. After 5.5, it's now the LumberKings on top, 4-1.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin Insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. Even though we all do our best to stay healthy, we can never anticipate when an illness or accident might strike. Couple that reality with rising medical costs, and the importance of a top-notch medical plan becomes clear. Pekin Insurance offers a wide choice of deductibles and a non-tobacco user discount. To explore the major medical insurance plan that best fits you, visit me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
A surprising development here as we go to the home half of the sixth inning on Intermec Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark. Zach Phillips went 5 innings. He's been lifted. He gave the Kernels only 1 run on 3 hits. The 19-year-old lefty from Sacramento City College fanned 8 Kernels, walked 2, and he leaves with a 4-1 lead. And the new pitcher for Clinton is a right-hander, J.B. Diaz. Diaz is 3-1 with a 5.02 ERA. He's on for the 22nd time, and he has Jordan Renz buckling his knees on a beautiful curveball. Strike 1 to Jordan. Renz, Davies, Trumbo here in the Kernels' 6th inning. 4-1 LumberKings. Fastball from J.B. Diaz is low and in for a ball to Jordan Renz. The Kernels have a right-hander up in their bullpen. It's Daniel Hawkins, who will likely take over in the 7th. A ground ball and a curve foul outside third by Jordan Renz. Strike 2. Tim Fitzgerald is with us from Liberty Bank. And Tim, I know a lot of your personnel by name. I know Claire Smith. I know Sarah. I know Kathleen. I know, who is a very nice, vivacious gal that set me up on my 4.85% mortgage. Teresa. Is Teresa Blanc still with you?
Yes, she is.
Great. Swing and a miss by Jordan, and 1 out here in the 6th inning. And I'm trying to think of the name of the wonderful woman out at, she's at both locations. She's a teller. She's always smiling.
Chrissy?
Not Chrissy. I'll recognize her name. But everybody at Liberty Bank, it's refreshing to come to a bank, and I'm not $1 million depositor, but I feel like I'm treated like I am.
Well, we try to treat everybody the same and make them feel special.
And that's Liberty Bank right there. The 0-1 to Davies. Swing and a miss on a changeup in the dirt. Strike 2. It's 4-1 Clinton. The LumberKings are due for a win. They've dropped 9 in a row. The Kernels have been hot in the second half with a 12-8 record. Kernels leading the Western Division second half standings going into tonight's play. The wind is whipping out towards right center, and that might mean some rain could be coming. Some of the folks on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace are already spotting that wind blowing out. Tim, it's been calm here all evening, but something's coming our way. Hopefully nothing too drastic or too much in the way of a thunderstorm. J.B. Diaz to Josh Davies. Davies taps one foul at his feet. Boy, Tim, has the banking industry ever had to stay current with customer needs, with the interest rates from the Fed? You're in a very competitive industry.
Extremely competitive, but we feel that that helps make us better.
Yeah, it does. And it sure did me when I visited Liberty Bank. A swing and a miss on a changeup. Josh Davies is the 10th Colonel to strike out in this game. 2 away here in the 6th inning. And Tim, the nice part about Liberty Bank is that if somebody is I know you do a lot of business with businesses and commercial institutions, yet a guy like me who's a single fellow with a condominium, there's plenty of room for me at Liberty Bank too.
We try to treat everybody the same and hopefully give them top-notch service all the time.
I came to your grand opening at your marvelous facility, and it is real. The Kernels are trying to get the tarp down on their bullpen and are having a tough time doing it with that wind whipping around. It took 3 men to secure the tarp over the Kernel right field bullpen. Mark Trumbo takes a ball. He's at the plate with 2 gone. Bases empty, bottom of the 6th inning, and Trumbo hits a Baltimore chop to third. Easy for John Whittleman. He'll throw across the diamond to end the inning. We're going to keep it right here because I'm sure if it does rain, Tim will want to check on his family. But, Tim, we're going to forego our usual break. We have that latitude. It wouldn't be right to not talk about the wonderful work your wife does at Coolidge Elementary School.
She's here tonight. She's principal at Coolidge Elementary. They usually are one of the top schools on the school nights. They sure are here at the ballpark, and they really enjoy it. She enjoys being at Coolidge and enjoys being a principal.
She's a great, great educator, Tim. She has such a good rapport with the kids. The faculty love her at Coolidge. Lorinda can light up a room.
Yes, she can. She's supposed to be up here with me, but she decided she'd stay down with the other families from the bank.
Well, sure, and that makes sense too, Tim. I see. I'm glad Lorinda was able to do that. We're with Tim Fitzgerald of Liberty Bank, and we have a call to the Kernel bullpen, sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. Daniel Hawkins, who joined us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show last night, is on in relief. Anthony Ortega for the Kernels went 6 innings. Anthony surrendered 4 runs, 3 earned. Well, we'll get to that in just a moment. On Anthony Ortega in 6 innings, surrendered 4 runs, 3 earned. On 5 hits. Anthony struck out 4 and walked 3. He also hit a batter. Daniel Hawkins from St. Leo University has answered the U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen. And, Tim, you keep an eye on things because I know Lorinda's here, and if you do have to scramble, if the skies open up, that's fine. We want to thank you and Liberty Bank. It's really fun to have a banking relationship and a marketing partnership with Liberty Bank. You guys are very special to me, and I know it takes any new name in a community a while to really become known, but you guys have made great strides the last few years, haven't you?
Yes, we have. Thank you, John. We appreciate that, and we've enjoyed the partnership with the Kernels. We're proud to have the Kernels here, and we're glad that we can be partners with them.
Well, you are huge in our book, Tim. Thank you. Here's a high fly ball lofted into left off the bat of Casey Herron, and it's caught by Marco Albano. 1 away here in the 7th inning. Tim, what's Lorinda do with her summers? Because it's a principalship usually means that I'm sure the pace slows, but does she go to Coolidge every day?
Just about every day. I would say most of the time during the summer she's there, at least part of every day. And you're right, the office staff do not get the summer off. It's a year-round job for them. A little bit slower, a little bit more relaxed in the summer because the kids aren't there.
It's the way it should be.
Yes.
Yeah. The 1-0 pitch is low, and it's Matt Smith ahead 2-0. Daniel Hawkins said the thing he's learned the most in pro ball is to keep the ball low in the zone, pitch down. Don't leave it up, belt high or above. There's a pitch just below the belt, a blistering fastball from the Kernel right-hander, Daniel Hawkins, and a strike. A little bit of rain has started to fall. Some of the folks are heading for the cover of the concourse, but nothing hard yet. Strike 2 from Daniel to Matt Smith, who has struck out looking and singled. It's 4-1 in favor of Clinton, and we're in the top of the 7th inning. The 2-2 from Hawk, as his teammates call him, wrapped to second. Josh Davies has this one and throws out Matt Smith. 2 gone. 2 gone for the LumberKings here in the top of the 7th inning. Boy, it was fun. Tim, you guys are season ticket holders. You love using your tickets for your employees, their families, and clients, and there's virtually someone here related to Liberty Bank almost every game.
I would believe that. The tickets are very popular with employees, families, and especially with customers.
Oh, you bet. And it's been just wonderful to have a guy to get to know you and Bruce Anderson. And, gosh, I forgot to mention our good friend Renee Eisenberg. She's a dynamo, isn't she?
Yes, she is. She's here with her family, too.
That's wonderful. Renee is just so positive and enthusiastic.
Yes.
That rubs off on people.
Now we have a fun and energetic staff, I think.
You really do. And I'd encourage people to visit both Liberty Banks. The one downtown is just the right size. It's not going to overwhelm you. The one easy to park right behind, free parking, so you don't have to worry about plugging your meter. The 2-1 is slashed into left field by Jose Vallejo, and that's a 2-out single. Jose Vallejo is aboard for the LumberKings. It's their 6th hit of the game in this 4-1 contest. Clinton trying to even the series at a game apiece, trying to snap a 9-game losing streak. And then I'll never forget, Tim, being invited to your open house on Council Street, the new Liberty Bank there, and I'm a tall fella, and I love how high the ceilings are.
It was designed that way, John, and it sure gives an open feel to the whole office.
It does. With the glass, here's a rocket into left field, a one-hop single off the bat of Truman Mel, and Truman Mel has his 3rd hit of the game, sending Jose Vallejo to second with that hard hit smackaroo of a single. 1st and 2nd, 2 away for Terry Blunt. Yeah, I'll tell you, that boardroom out at the Council Street location of Liberty Bank, that is just beautiful. With the glass that brings the light in.
Right, it's a great place for a meeting. It's very warm and open, very inviting.
Sure is. A tap foul behind the plate. And it's 0-1 to Terry Blunt, and I can't emphasize enough, Tim, the local ownership of Liberty Bank. That just makes a huge difference when it comes to helping people. Your hands aren't tied.
That's right, and it's a true commitment to the community.
Sure is. A change-up is a strike call to Terry. It's 0-2. Liberty Bank's Tim Fitzgerald with us here in the middle innings on Liberty Bank night, Intermec night here at the ballpark. Rain is still holding off. That's good news. The 0-2 to Blunt. Just missed outside. A fastball from Daniel Hawkins on in relief of the starter, Anthony Ortega. 4-1 in favor of the LumberKings here in the top of the 7th inning. The way our ball clubs played, don't count us out of this one by any means. We played very well in the second half. A change-up, and it's swatted foul off to the left by Blunt. Terry's from Kansas State. He's batting with 2 on, 2 out. 4-1 Clinton here in the top of the 7th inning. Ball 2, a fastball low and outside from Daniel Hawkins. Daniel loves fishing, he told us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show last night in Tampa Bay itself. I said, is it fresh water or salt water? He said, John, it's salt water. Swing and a miss. Daniel Hawkins fans Terry Blunt to end the 7th for Clinton. No runs for the LumberKings. A pair of hits with 2 outs. No Kernel errors. The LumberKings leave a pair. They've stranded 6. Tim Fitzgerald, enjoy the 7th inning stretch. It's brought to us by Lindale Dental Care. On behalf of the Kernels, thank you so much.
Thank you, John, and we're glad we could be partners with you.
We are too, Tim. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tim Fitzgerald from Liberty Bank. They've been a tremendous supporter of wholesome, affordable family entertainment in our community. Lindale Dental Care sponsors the 7th inning stretch. We go to the bottom of the 7th, and it's 4-1 LumberKings. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, how can you differentiate one realtor from another? The distinction is clear when you consider the remarkable offer that Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty makes. Dick Ramsey's offer is unprecedented. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. That extraordinary pledge bears instant replay. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. For the best home buying or home selling experience in Cedar Rapids, turn to the home team. Skogman Realty's Dick Ramsey.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
Right-hander J.B. Diaz retired the Kernels in order in the 6th inning, and Dallas Morris starts the Kernels 7th on a positive note as he grounds a single through the middle. That's just the 4th Kernel hit so far tonight. Dallas Morris with the first hit off of J.B. Diaz, the Clinton right-hander. Top of the hour, and you're enjoying Kernel Baseball here on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG Cedar Rapids. Tomorrow evening we'll be on 1450 KMRY, our sister station. You can catch the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show at 6:40 tomorrow evening on 1450 KMRY. You're listening this evening to ESPN Radio 1600 KCRG. Brett Martinez takes ball one inside from J.B. Diaz, a 3-1 record, an ERA of 5.02. Has pitched 43 innings for Clinton this year. Surrendered 54 hits in 43 innings. Struck out 24 batters in 43 innings. And walked 20. 2-0 to Brett Martinez. Swinging a foul straight back by Brett. I just learned something, Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey. These two delightful nephews you have from Las Vegas are the older brothers of Fabrice and Desiree. I did not know that. Boy, that's great. Now Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey is readying herself for the possibility of having to put the tarp on the field. Let's hope that's not the case. Ball 3 low to Martinez. 4-1 LumberKings. We're in the bottom of the 7th, and Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is back with us to give us an update on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. She'll start that after this next pitch from Diaz, J.B. Diaz, to Brett Martinez. With Morris at first and nobody out. Ball 4 high! Brett Martinez walks, and the Kernels have 2 men aboard with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning, trailing 4-1.
Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In the American League, we have 3 games still in progress and 1 final. At Comerica Park in the bottom of the 8th, the Tigers lead the Royals 6-4. At Fenway Park in the bottom of the 7th, A's and Red Sox, the score is tied 3-3. And at the Metrodome in the bottom of the 6th, the Indians lead the Twins 5-1. And for that final game in the American League, at Camden Yards, the Rangers whip the Orioles 15-1. In the National League still taking place at Dolphin Stadium, the Astros lead the Marlins 5-1 in the bottom of the 9th. At Great American Ballpark in the bottom of the 8th, the Reds are ahead of the Rockies 9-3. And at Busch Stadium, the Cardinals trail the Dodgers 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th. And now we look at our State Farm Major League scoreboard thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn.
Thank you so much, Luvita Hill. Luvita was able to give you all the scores because Stan Hilton, the Lumber King pitching coach, came out to the hill to talk it over with his right-hander, reliever J.B. Diaz. And now there's a right-hander up in the Lumber King left field bullpen. 4-1 in favor of the Lumber Kings, bottom of the 7th. Stantrell Smith, a right-handed hitter, 0 for 2 against the lefty. 0 for 2 against the lefty, the departed starter, Zach Phillips. And Stantrell Smith bats against J.B. Diaz. Ground ball to short. I don't think it'll be a double play. Shortstop to second out. Wild throw by the second baseman. Speeding home to make it a 4-2 game is Dallas Morris. Dallas Morris scores on a ground ball off the bat of Stantrell Smith. A broken bat grounder to short. The shortstop, Matt Smith, underhanded to the second baseman, Jose Vallejo, and that was a 6-4 force out of Brett Martinez. But then a throw to the first, or to the home plate side of first by Jose Vallejo, a throwing error, and Stantrell Smith reaches on a fielder's choice. Dallas Morris scoots home on a throwing error past first, and it's a 4-2 game now in favor of the LumberKings. Batting left-handed for the first time tonight is Heinle Stacia. Heinle has reached 3 times tonight. Singled, reached on an error, walked and scored the Kernel first run of this game back in the 5th inning. Heinle Stacia with Stantrell running, and Heinle fouls it straight back our way behind home plate for strike 1. J.B. Diaz is pitching for the visiting LumberKings. Now, Luvita, for the first time, I can almost feel the possibility of rain in the air. Do you feel that?
I do. It's gotten a little cooler.
Yeah, it has. Considerably cooler, Luvita. Thank you for pointing that out. It's 9 degrees cooler now than it was before when the game started. Stacia slaps a 1-1 pitch foul up the first base side. 1-2 to Heinle. 4-2 LumberKings. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Leaning in to get his sign is J.B. Diaz. Stantrell Smith leading away at first. Draws a throw, and Stantrell's back standing up. Luvita, I saw an interesting phenomenon in the stands. This is a Bucket Cup Thursday with 12-ounce draft beer, slushies, and 12-ounce sodas, only $1. And I'll share the interesting phenomenon with you and get your reaction as a member of the younger crowd here in a moment. Stacia with the runner going, rips it into right, a base hit, and motoring to third is Stantrell Smith. He slides safe. The throw gets by third. Stantrell trying to score. He's safe. Down to second, Stacia. It's a 1-run game. 4-3 Clinton on a hit-and-run single, ripped into right by Stacia, and Stantrell Smith challenged the arm of Joe Kemp. Joe threw to third, trying to get Smith going first third on the hit-and-run single by Stacia, and the throw got by John Whittleman, the third baseman. And that allowed Stantrell Smith to race home to make it a 1-run game. Wow! The Kernels are right back in it, 4-3 Clinton, the tying run at second. With only 1 out here in the 7th inning, Heinle Stacia credited with a single, a hit-and-run single, his second hit of the game, and Stantrell Smith went to third on the hit-and-run single, and he scored on what will be ruled a throwing error by Joe Kemp, the right fielder. Heinle Stacia took second on the throw to third that got by the third baseman, John Whittleman, and now the Kernels only trail by 1 run, here in the 7th inning. Boy, the LumberKings, their body language speaks volumes. They look a little bit downtrodden, thinking now, what else can go wrong? A new pitcher has come in for the LumberKings. He's a gigantic right-hander. And this new right-hander is Jose Marte, M-A-R-T-E. Jose Marte takes over on the hill for the LumberKings. What I wanted you to comment on, Luvita Hill, some fella during the 7th inning stretch was having such a good time in the third base grandstand, he was on his cell phone. And I've always been curious, not to sound like an old fuddy-dud, but what would somebody be doing on a cell phone at a baseball game? Would they call a friend and say, hey, tune in to John with the call, the game's getting close? Would he just be calling somebody to give a shout. This cell phone phenomenon really has me intrigued, quite frankly.
Well, John, that is one possibility, to call him and say, hey, listen to John on the radio. Another possibility is it rang and he just wanted to talk to whoever he called him.
Maybe somebody called him.
That's right. He could have called someone. Maybe he forgot he had an important phone call to return, or someone could have just called him, find out what he's doing tonight.
Sure, or maybe they were thinking, if it was his wife, is it raining there, honey? I don't want you to get, wet or struck by lightning.
That's right. You know, John, my cell phone is one of the things I can't live without.
I remember you saying that. Jose Marte, a tall, gigantic right-hander. He looks like Paul Bunyan out there, and he misses inside. Ball one to Marco Albano. Marco has two of the Colonel. 5 hits in this game. The Kernels have cut the Lumber King lead to 1 run with 2 hits, a walk, and 2 Lumber King errors here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Stacia, the tying run at second, and a fastball on the inside corner to Albano for a strike. We'll have Levita Hill tell you a little bit about Jose Marte in just a moment. Marco grounds one to short, going to third station. Matt Smith pegs to first for the second out of the inning. Marco Albano slaps a pitch to shallow short, and that's the second out of the inning. Jose Marte has pitched well for the Lumber Kings.
That's right. He has a 5-5 record with a 3.83 ERA. This is Marte's 25th game, and he saved 4. Marte has pitched 44 2/3 innings. He's had 42 players hit against him. He's walked 22. He's struck out 50. And the league is hitting .251 against him.
They list him at 6'5". He looks 6'8" to me. A ground ball to first by Flint Whipke. It's gloved by Terry Blunt, who races to the base ahead of Flint to end the inning. The Kernels, Flint Whipke is grounded out to first. What a job by Jose Marte in relief of J.B. Diaz to keep the Kernels from tying the game here in the 7th. But the Kernels have edged to within a run of Clinton, scoring 2 runs on 2 hits. 2 Lumber King errors. They've made 4 tonight, and the Kernels leave a runner and is stranded 6. It's a brand new game as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Lumber Kings 4, Kernels 3.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Are you looking to take your baseball or softball game to the next level? The premier place to do it is Perfect Game, located across the street from Veterans Memorial Stadium. Perfect Game's professional baseball and softball instructors will help improve your pitching, hitting, throwing, fielding, and base running abilities in Iowa's premier training facility. For the best individual baseball and softball instruction and training, visit Perfect Game. That's Perfect Game, just a fly ball away from Veterans Memorial Stadium.
When it comes to making buying decisions, people let their fingers do the walking through Yellowbook Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellowbook's packed with ads, coupons, restaurant menus, and more. Delivering to homes and businesses throughout the area, Yellowbook combines the features consumers want with advertising rates business owners can afford. To place your ad, call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. That's 1-800-YB-YELLOW. Yellowbook, not the other book.
We didn't have a chance to tell you about Dan Hawkins, who came on in relief for starter Anthony Ortega and did not permit a run in the 7th inning. We'll tell you about Dan in just a moment, what he's done this season. First batter for the Lumber Kings, John Mayberry, who takes low for ball 1 from Daniel Hawkins. Top of the 8th inning. 4-3 Lumber Kings. A little bit of lightning flashes in the background, and ball too low to John Mayberry. 6'6" right-handed batter, and he bounces one off his back foot. That hurt John Mayberry. He'll try to shake it off. Walking towards the Lumber King third base dugout. And the season line, Levita, on Daniel Hawkins.
Hawkins has a 0-1 record with a 2.57 ERA. This is his 9th game that he's pitched in, and he saved 1. Hawkins has pitched in 14 innings. He's walked 7 players in those 14 innings. He struck out 8, and the league is batting the league is batting 269 against him.
Fastball just misses inside, and it's ball 3 to John Mayberry. We're in the top of the 8th inning. The Lumber Kings lead it 4-3. Dan's 3-1 is a strike called. The payoff pitch. Inside, a fastball, inside and high. John Mayberry draws a leadoff walk here in the Lumber King 8th inning.
Third baseman, John Whittle.
Let's bring you our baseball fun fact as Bobby Magianis comes out to the hill, and I think the Kernels are going to go to lefty Mike Pete, so Levita will get ready to tell you about Mike Pete in just a moment. Right now, though, our baseball fun fact, Daniel Hawkins exits. Daniel went 1 inning. So far has allowed no runs on 2 hits, struck out 1, walked 1. Our baseball fun fact, have you ever wondered if a pitcher started both ends of a doubleheader? Well, that's our subject, our baseball fun fact. Yes, let's go back to September 6, 1950. Don Newcomb, Hall of Famer Don Newcomb, with the Brooklyn Dodgers, started both ends of a doubleheader against the National League champion, the 1950 Whiz Kids, the Philadelphia Phillies. Don Newcomb shut out Philadelphia 2-0 in the opener of that doubleheader, and then he left in the 6th inning of Game 2, trailing 2-0. Don Newcomb started both ends of a doubleheader against Philadelphia September 6, 1950. White Sox fans will remember the portly, knuckleballing lefty, Wilbur Wood. Wilbur Wood of the White Sox was the last pitcher to start both ends of a doubleheader, July 20th, 1973, against the Yankees, and unfortunately, Wilbur Wood was knocked out of both games and was the loser of both games of a doubleheader. That's our baseball fun fact, or in this case, fun facts. Don Newcomb and Wilbur Wood, 2 familiar names who started both ends of doubleheaders. Mike Pete is on, and what's he done so far this season in limited duty, Levita?
Well, Mike has a 0-0 record, but he has a 2.70 ERA. This is his 4th appearance for the Kernels. Mike has not saved any games yet for the Kernels, and this is his 3rd. He's pitched 3 in the 3rd inning.
Yes.
He's walked 4 players, struck out 2, and the league is batting 200 against him.
Mike Pete. That's what he's done so far. His last outing was Sunday in Grand Rapids, a Kernel 11-8 loss. Mike Pete pitched 2/3 of an inning, allowed no runs, 1 hit, struck out none, walked none. Mike Pete is a 23-year-old southpaw out of the University of Florida. And Mike is ready to go against left-handed hitting John Whittleman. Now I guess it started to rain a bit, Levita, based on the crowd's reaction.
Yeah, I can see the rain. If you look at the lights, John, you can see the rain coming down.
Yes. Now let's see how long the umpires wait before they ask the tarp to be put on.
Watch the people scatter.
They are scattering, man. So we're likely going to have a delay at some point this evening. There's ball 1 in the dirt. What a stop by Brett Martinez. Mike Pete has to pitch underneath a big shower. Now the plate umpire at 9:18. At 9:18, the plate umpire has asked for the tarp to be put on. Levita, I'd like you to describe the harried motion of our grounds crew to our listeners.
Quick. That's the first word that comes to mind. They move fast.
And about how many people are on that tarp?
Ooh, they have to be about 15, and Sonia Mackey's running over to help.
Yes, she is. And that grounds crew is moving quickly here on Intermec Liberty Bank night to get that tarp on. Colonel Bad Boy John running out. They don't need him, apparently. John's now dashing toward the Colonel first base dugout. 9:18 is when this game has been halted due to a rather hard, I wouldn't call it torrential, Levita, but I would call it a downpour.
I would call it a downpour. I don't know if you could hear it, if you were listening or you were talking back at here when it started raining a little bit harder.
I could too, Luvita. And the grounds crew is rushing on, led by Colonel COO Doug Nelson. They're trying to get the tarp on. Let's hope they can do it. Boy, Sonia's scrambling out there, isn't she, Luvita?
She is. She looks like she knows what she's doing.
She is. She does know what she's doing.
She's done this before, huh?
Yes, she has. And the grounds crew has done a marvelous job getting the tarp on.
They're quick.
Yes, they are. That is fantastic. Well, this game is halted with Mike Pete on the mound. In the top of the 8th inning, John Whittleman took a ball in the dirt, and then the skies opened up, and it's raining here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. A bit of lightning in the area, so everybody making sure that they get under the cover of the grandstand or the concourse roof. The tarp's on now. It took less than 2 minutes, Luvita. Less than 2 minutes for the tarp to be put on.
You know what I like about this ballpark, John? Everyone pitches in to help out.
Well, thank you for reinforcing something we take for granted sometimes, Luvita. Everybody does pitch in and help out. It's really raining hard now.
I just love that.
Luvita, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do for just a moment is, are you expert enough on the Internet to get onto a weather site?
Yes, I am, John. Actually, weather.com, the Weather Channel.
I'm going to have you look at that, and you can bring the computer right down. There you go, and you dial that up, and I'll remind our listeners, and so will Luvita after we get her weather forecast. We'll be right back here tomorrow evening for Game 3 of this 3-game set with the Texas Ranger minor leaguers, the Clinton LumberKings. It'll be the Milling Company sponsoring Armed Forces Night here at the ballpark. The Kernels will be wearing camouflage jerseys sponsored by the Milling Company, and those jerseys will be auctioned off. During the game. And it's a great tradition by the Milling Company that they sponsor Armed Forces Night. The Kernels will be wearing camouflage jerseys throughout the game. You can bid on them, and you can wear the very jerseys the Kernels will have on their backs tomorrow evening. It's Pat McGrath's Chevyland used car night tomorrow night. That means 3 of you lucky fans will leave this ballpark, if you're 18 years or older, driving a Pat McGrath Chevyland used car. That's tomorrow evening. There'll be a 21-gun salute and a Chinook helicopter flyover as part of all the fun here tomorrow evening at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Then, Saturday night, we open up a 4-game series with the Southwest Michigan Devil Rays. Bank of the West will be sponsoring fireworks, and the Blues Brothers will be entertaining you on Saturday evening. To avoid any possibility of waiting in line, please order your tickets by calling 896-7560. That's our box office, 896-7560, or log on to the Kernel website, www.kernels.com. Well, Luvita Hill, the first thing I notice is the temperature has dropped from 85 degrees when the game started to 77 degrees. What is the prognosis, according to your resource on the Internet, of how long this rain might last?
I'm still trying to figure that portion out.
Sometimes I see people that can call up a map of the area. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, it is. Well, I can show you the actual map.
Okay, Andy Pantini always talks about green and yellow and red colors are bad on the map. I'm seeing a little bit of green and yellow. Now, where is Cedar Rapids?
Well, here's Moline.
Oh, okay, so we need to get a little further over west of Moline. If you can bring that. You have something called a radar up there. The rain's coming down pretty good right now. Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is using her computer knowledge to try to log on to a National Weather Service site and give us some inkling of how long this rain is going to last. Boy, the rain hasn't dampened the spirits of the Pep Squad. The Pep Squad members are standing on top of the Colonel First Base dugout, and they are doing... Luvita, what's the name of that routine they're doing?
The pony dance.
Yes, they love doing the pony dance. Even in the rain, the Pep Squad is on top of the Colonel dugout doing the pony dance, and the rain has let up just a little bit. Luvita, who are you pointing out?
This little boy right here doing the pony dance also.
Yes, he is. His mom's coming down to bring him back to drier ground. I think that's his mom. I can't tell.
John, I pulled up a prediction for 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock.
Okay, let's hear it.
At 10 o'clock, we're supposed to have scattered strong storms. And at 11 o'clock, same thing.
Well, I'll tell you what. We may be in for quite a long night here because this field drains so well. And I think that gal must be that kid's babysitter.
She joined in.
She sure did. She's having a great time doing that so-called pony dance. And we're in the midst of a rain delay here at Veterans Memorial Stadium where Clinton leads the Kernels 4-3 in the top of the 8th inning. The reason I think we'll wait a long time to try to resume this game, one, the Kernels are in the fight for a playoff spot, and you hate to not have those final 2 at-bats trailing by only a run. Second, our field drains better than any in the league. And third, our grounds crew is the Midwest League Grounds Crew of the Year from last year. They'll do anything and everything to get this field back in playing shape. So we'll probably be with you for quite a spell here tonight. The game in the 8th inning, and the Kernels leading Clinton leading the Kernels 4-3. Well, we're going to take a short break and be back we'll take about a 2 or 2.5 minute break and be back with you here on the Kernel Radio Network. We'll hear from some of our outstanding Kernel supporters. 4-3 Clinton, top of the 8th, the rain delay, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
Summer is the best time to enjoy fresh, colorful flowers and blooming plants. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center has the finest quality flowers and plants for indoors and outdoors. Plus all the expert advice you'll need to make your flowers and plants grow their best. Whether a single flower or an arrangement, a single houseplant or a yard of landscaping, Peck's does it all. Family owned and serving eastern Iowa since 1956, Peck offers their customers the best plants and flowers available. Peck is your professional and award-winning FTD and Teleflora florist, certified and year-round garden center, nursery and landscape center, and plant and flower headquarters. Stop in often for Peck's fresh flowers and feature fresh-cut stem roses, just $11.99 per dozen, cash and carry. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, nursery and landscaping, at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Road, Northeast.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do with it?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared in Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for real Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no long wait, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With
Expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A slick, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wig from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Stadium. A rain delay that started about 12 minutes ago in the top of the 8th inning with Clinton leading the Kernels 4-3. The LumberKings batting in the top of the 8th inning with a man at first and nobody out when the rains came here on Intermec and Liberty Bank night. We're with you during this rain delay here in the zone. Remember, tomorrow evening's ball game will be heard on 1450 KMRY. It'll be the Ask the Manager show with Colonel Manager Bobby Magianis answering your baseball questions at 6:40 tomorrow evening. Scott Unash will have the races here in the zone for you. So if you're a racing fan, we've got you covered. And if you're a baseball fan, you can be with us tomorrow evening for the series finale against Clinton on KMRY. 4-3 LumberKings here in the 8th inning. And Luvita Hill, I think you've hit the jackpot when you logged on to KCRG.com. Or what website do you have with that? I want you to describe what you're seeing on your weather map.
Well, I have the KCRG.com website up. Their first alert, storm team severe weather alert.
Great.
I'm looking at the map that shows you the different colors and the area forecast. We have a big chunk of yellow outlined with green and then turquoise around it, and we have that moving towards the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City area, moving east.
Good, moving east, and there doesn't look like there's a lot behind it, or can you tell?
I'm not sure about weather maps.
Well, you've done a great service to us and our listeners, Luvita. Let's look ahead a little bit to the rest of this homestand. We told our listeners that tomorrow evening is Milling Company's Salute to the Armed Forces. The Colonels will be wearing camouflage jerseys sponsored by the Milling Company, and those jerseys will be auctioned off to support our troops during the ball game. It's Pat McGrath Chevy-Land Used Car Night on tomorrow evening, the Friday game. Gates open at 6. The game starts at 7. In conjunction with the Milling Company's Armed Forces Night, there'll be a 21-gun salute, a Chinook helicopter flyover. Pat McGrath Chevy-Land Used Car Night means 3 of you lucky Colonel fans, 18 and over, will drive away from the ballpark tomorrow evening in a Pat McGrath Chevy-Land used car. And then, Luvita, I'm going to have you take our listeners through the next 4 games of the homestand. Yes, starting Saturday evening.
On Saturday, for our game, we have the Blues Brothers coming, and we have fireworks thanks to Bank of the West. Saturday's game starts at 7, gates open at 6. Come enjoy the fireworks thanks to Bank of the West, and come see the Blues Brothers perform. Then for Sunday's game, we have KDAT Sunday Family Fun Day. Like every Sunday, it's a family fun day. We have Rockwell and Manchester Day and Leukemia and Lymphoma Day on Sunday. Then on Monday's game, it's WMT AM 600 Dollar Dog Monday. Wow, hot dogs for $1. You can't beat that one, can you, John?
That's on Monday evening. That's right, Luvita. Dollar Dog Monday.
That's right. And then it's also Tama and Toledo night.
Good. That's a great community, Tama, Toledo.
And then on Tuesday, we have Lunch at the Ballpark, sponsored by KZIA.
A noon start. Any regular sandwich, hamburger or cheeseburger, bag of chips, and beverage, Luvita. A triple play Tuesday. How much?
$5.
That's on Tuesday as we wrap up this 7-game homestand. Luvita, let's back up just briefly to Sunday afternoon's game. It's important people know that if they come when the gates open at 1 o'clock, the Colonels will be signing autographs.
That's right. Like they do every Sunday, the Colonels will be up on the concourse signing autographs for everyone. So bring your balls, bats, gloves, whatever you have. Bring your kids. They'll love it.
That'll be on Sunday.
That's right. And that's from 1:20 to 1:40. You can get those autographs from the players. And popcorn's only $1 on Sunday.
That's right. And you can run the bases after the game thanks to Velocity Sports Performance.
That's right. The game starts at 2 and the gates open at 1, so come on down and enjoy the fun.
That's this Sunday.
And one more thing on Sunday, we have Superstars.
Oh, yes. Now that's coming up a little bit later, but
that's another Sunday.
But that's good. These are red letter dates, Luvita, that we want folks to know about. And you're right. It is a Sunday, and it's coming up quickly.
That's right, August 13th. I didn't mean to get everyone, in a hurry. But
no, they should know. It's just a month away, and people plan ahead, Luvita. They plan ahead, and a month from now, Sunday, August 13th.
John, what is a Superstar?
The Superstars, the best way I can describe them, Luvita, are oversized, giant mascots, not made of the warm, fuzzy material like Mr. Shucks, but kind of a hard plastic vinyl shell, and they are takeoffs of familiar sports figures. In the past, we've had Ken Giraffe Jr., Harry Canary, Cow, C-O-W, Ripken Jr. And just the fact you're laughing at their names, imagine what they do. They gyrate they're, as I say, 12 to 14 feet high. The Superstars, you should really plan to come for family fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment on, what's the date, Luvita?
Sunday, August 13th.
Sunday, August 13th.
Wow, I'm glad I told people about that early.
I am too, because you can avoid lines or you can have great seat selection if you call 896-7560 or log on to the Kernel website, www.kernels, Kernels. Kernel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is here. The rain is coming down steadily, but it's not pouring. I would call it a steady rain, and we're being delayed here in the top of the 8th inning with Clinton leading 4-3. The LumberKings are out to snap a 9-game losing streak. The Kernels are hoping to add to their 1-game lead in the Western Division. Luvita, you're so good on the computer. If you don't mind, I believe Andy Pantini told me before that if you log on to the Midwest League website, and I believe it's www.mwl.com. That's my guess, but you can do a search if you like with that Google. There is a Midwest League website, and ordinarily I think the scores are posted of other games on the Midwest League website, and I know our listeners would love to know how the teams that are trying to catch the Kernels now here in the first portion of the second half of the year, how they're doing. So if you can come up with that website, I think you found it, Luvita.
Yes.
All right. First off, Luvita, will you find out how the Beloit Snappers are doing tonight? They're 1 game behind the Kernels. The Beloit Snappers. You can look for their game on the Midwest League website.
Beloit Snappers against Quad City.
Who's winning?
Beloit, 2-1.
What inning? Or does it say?
That one might be a final score.
Okay, so Beloit has won. The Kernels will need to rally here tonight in order to keep a game ahead of the Snappers. Beloit beat Quad Cities. Luvita, you said that final was?
2-1.
Okay, that's the game of the utmost interest to us. The other game, if you could check, how are the Burlington Bees doing?
Burlington Bees, the score is tied 2-2 against Kane County, and that's in the bottom of the 8th.
All right. What is that Midwest League website?
Oh, John, I misread that one. Okay. I was looking at another game.
All right.
Score is 2-7 Kane County.
So now wait, we did that that leading score first. Who has 7?
Kane County.
And Burlington has
2. And
what inning is it?
Bottom of the 8th.
All right, that's good news in the sense that we want to stay ahead of Burlington, and that's the update we wanted. Well, Kernel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is alongside. I'm John Rogers. We're with you during a rain delay here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, and Luvita will be doing some checking on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Luvita, if you don't mind, if you could go down the hallway and see if Jeff Johnson, the beat writer who covers the Kernels for the Gazette, if he has a few minutes. I'd love to get his thoughts on a few baseball-related items, and Jeff hopefully will have a few minutes to spend with us during this rain delay. I don't know, Luvita, look at the LED board. I don't know how the Metro crew is getting the shot of that. Look at the video board, Luvita, showing downtown Cedar Rapids.
I don't know how they're... I don't know how they're getting that either.
Boy, it seems like the rain is coming down sideways.
Wow.
Yes, the Pep Squad's having some fun in this rain, taking pictures of various poses. They're not letting the rain put a damper on their fun. The Pep Squad down below with their fearless leader Josh Boots hamming it up for a camera. But there's a shot of the LED video on the LED video board of what appears to be I-380. And I don't know where that feed is coming from. If Al Schmidt and his staff have a high-resolution, powerful camera that they're able to shoot from this ballpark, I-380, or if Al Schmidt and his Metro Studios crew is taking a feed from one of the local, perhaps Channel 9, of the rain. And that shot, Lupita, shows the rain coming down pretty hard.
It is.
Well, let's find out on your journey down press row if you can not only bring Jeff Johnson in and ask him if he has a few minutes to visit, but also where that shot is coming from. We're at Veterans Memorial Stadium, and we're going to take a break here for just a couple of moments, and we hope to have Jeff Johnson, the sports writer for the Cedar Rapids Gazette, come join us. It's the LumberKings leading the Kernels in the 8th inning 4-3, 4-3 in favor of Clinton here in the top of the 8th inning on Intermec and Rockwell and Intermec and Liberty Bank night here at the ballpark. We'll return in just a moment with more on the Kernel Radio Network.
In today's work world, knowledge is power. Training for modern job skills is opportunity and security. And you have one of the best choices for your future right here in Eastern Iowa. It's Kirkwood. Kirkwood Community College offers over 100 degree programs to give you new job opportunities or a smart start on your college path. Find out more today. Call Kirkwood Admissions, 398-5517. Kirkwood, start here, go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Papa John, and when I say better ingredients, better pizza, I'm not talking about a little better. I'm talking about a lot better. Let's talk about our pizza sauce. It's made from fresh, fine-ripened tomatoes, not from concentrate. When it comes to ingredients, we select from the world's best. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. A lot better.
Call your neighborhood Papa John's today and ask for the Home Run Special, a large, thin, or original crust pizza with up to 3 toppings for $10.99. Just $10.99.
Great teams consist of diverse talent. Rockwell Collins understands this and is committed to developing diversity in our community. We recognize that our leadership in the aviation and communications electronics industry hinges on attracting and retaining a diverse workforce. And we're working with other Iowa companies to create an environment that nurtures diversity. Rockwell Collins. Different thinking makes us great. Great thinking makes us different.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. Even though we all do our best to stay healthy, we can never anticipate when an illness or accident might strike. Couple that reality with rising medical costs, and the importance of a top-notch medical plan becomes clear. Pekin Insurance offers a wide choice of deductibles and a non-tobacco user discount. To explore the major medical insurance plan that best fits you, visit me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
Hi, this is Dave Town of Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
John Rogers reporting back from Veterans Memorial Stadium, where the Kernels and LumberKings' second game of a 3-game series has been halted, delayed by rain here in the city of Five Seasons. The Kernels off to a great start in the second half with a 12-8 record, leading the Western Division's second half standings. You just heard from Colonel Broadcast Assistant Levita Hill that the Beloit Snappers have beaten the Swing of the Quad Cities, and that means that the Kernels will have to rally here in the late going, assuming we can restart the ball game, and I think we will. The Kernels will have to rally to beat Clinton in order to stay a game ahead of Beloit in the Western Division's second half standings. We're hoping that Jeff Johnson from the Cedar Rapids Gazette can join us momentarily. Right now, though, let's give you a recap of the scoring in this game. Clinton leads at 4-3. The LumberKings scored a pair off Colonel starter Anthony Ortega. Anthony making his third start of the year, coming off a 7-0 win Friday in Grand Rapids, Michigan, his first win as a Colonel. Ortega hit Jose Vallejo to start tonight's game on an 0-1 pitch. Truan Mel then singled Vallejo to second base, a base hit into left. A wild pitch by Anthony Ortega moved the runners Vallejo to third and Mel to second. Terry Blunt then dumped a Texas League single in right. Jose Vallejo scored from third to give the LumberKings a 1-0 lead. Truan Mel went to third. Truan then scored when John Mayberry wrapped into a 6-4-3 double play. No RBI for Mayberry, but the LumberKings had a 2-0 lead out of the chute here tonight. Lefty Zach Phillips, making his third start against the Kernels, was fabulous. Phillips went 5 innings and allowed the Kernels just 1 run on only 3 hits, struck out 8, walked 2 in 5 innings. The only run the Kernels were able to score against the lefty Phillips, the Clinton starter, came in the bottom of the 5th inning. Heinley Stacia walked with 2 out, and Marco Albano tripled home Heinley Stacia to make it a 2-1 game. It was Marco's 15th RBI of the year, his first triple of the season, and it cut the LumberKing lead to 1. The LumberKings bounced right back, though, and scored a pair to take a 3-run lead in the top of the 6th inning. Truan Mel doubled. Truan Mel doubled to lead off the 6th inning. And then a bouncer to the right side by Terry Blunt, charged by Josh Davies. The ball went underneath Davies' glove into right, an error on Josh. That allowed Truan Mel to score and make it a 3-1 LumberKing lead. Terry Blunt, who reached on the Davies error, stole second, went to third on a pass ball, scored on a rocket line drive into center by John Mayberry to make it 4-1. John Whittleman then walked to make it first and second, nobody out. The LumberKings threatening to pull away from the Kernels, but Anthony Ortega struck out Joe Kemp looking and then got Brian Valicka to hit into an inning-ending twin killing, the second double play turned by the Kernels in this game. The Kernels came to life against reliever J.B. Diaz in the 7th inning to cut the LumberKing lead to 1 run. Dallas Morris singled to center, a ground ball single. Brett Martinez walked. Stantrell Smith then hit a ground ball to short. And on the ground ball to short, Matt Smith, the shortstop, underhanded to the second baseman, Jose Vallejo, to force Brett Martinez, but the throw from Vallejo to first, trying to complete a double play, was wild past Terry Blunt, the first baseman. Dallas Morris came home from second. He scored on the throwing error by Vallejo to make it a 4-2 Clinton lead. Stantrell Smith was at first with 1 out. Heinley Stacia ripped a hit-and-run single into right, and as Stantrell Smith went to third on the hit-and-run single, Joe Kemp, the right fielder, threw to third, and the ball got by John Whittleman. It was a throwing error by Kemp, and that allowed Stantrell Smith to scramble to his feet and rumble home and make it a 4-3 game. Heinley Stacia was at second base with only 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Kernels had the tying run at second with 1 out. J.B. Diaz was lifted. The tall right-hander for Clinton, Jose Marte, took over, and Marte got Marco Albano to ground to short and Flint Whipke to ground to first, and that prevented the Kernels from tying the game in the 7th inning. We went to the 8th. Dan Hawkins issued a leadoff walk to John Mayberry. In came lefty Mike Pete. Pete's first pitch was in the dirt to John Whittleman for ball 1, and that's when the heavens opened and the rain poured down, and that was at 9:18. It's now 10 till 10, and we are in a rain delay here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, where the Kernels trail the LumberKings 4-3. The umpires are now coming back toward the field from the tunnel behind home plate. Plate umpire Corey Hinga is the first of the two umpires to come out. He's talking it over with the Kernel equipment manager. Ron Klein is talking to the plate umpire. And now Jimmy Curran, a member of the Kernel Board of Directors, comes out. Jimmy Curran's examining the field. And it's our pleasure during the rain delay, the rain's all but stopped, to thank Jeff Johnson and welcome Jeff Johnson, the long-time outstanding writer that covers the Kernels. Jeff, thanks for stopping in, and boy, you brightened up everything by your arrival. The rain is all but stopped.
Yeah, let's get her going, and maybe the Kernels can score a couple runs and come from behind and win this one.
Boy, it's been a nice trend the Kernels have established in the second half, and that is, Jeff, you saw it last night, so did Scott Unash, our good friend who was with us. The Kernels are playing with some confidence right now.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest difference, John. And they've been able to put some things together offensively, really on a fairly consistent basis for the first time all season, and that breeds the confidence that they've got going now, and this is. It's fun to watch. I think we waited for it all season and kind of wondered if it was really going to come, and it is right now.
And you're right, Jeff. The frustrating part of the first half, and good news, the grounds crew with a lot of able-bodied volunteers have come out to the field, and they're going to take the tarp off. So we're in business, Jeff. The frustrating part of the first half was that we had all that great pitching, and we didn't make the most of it. Jack Rader, our general manager, said, in a way, it might have done this club some good to have the promotion of Nick Adenhart. Nick has won his first two starts at Rancho Cucamonga, has 2 wins, and perhaps the Kernels were relying so heavily on the excellence of Merrick and Adenhart and Mosbach and Mendoza that they were kind of expecting the pitching to win every game.
Yeah, and the amazing thing, John, was that there's so many close games. It seemed like every game was decided by a run or 2 runs or 3 runs.
It was. We weren't blown out of the 70 first half games. We were blown out in 2 of 70.
Yeah, so the team was right there every game. The only bad part was it was like Groundhog Day. They'd lose by a run, they'd come back the next day, lose by a run. You just had that feeling of dread in the late innings in particular.
Yes, remember the extra inning fiasco, 2-12?
Yeah, exactly. And I think I was talking to Mags last night, and he pointed out that he thinks his bullpen's record, and I haven't checked it. It was something like 5-20 or something like that.
And that's not that the bullpen pitched poorly.
That's the thing, they pitched well. That's just that, they've had absolutely no margin of error. And whenever they have given up a run, it's ended up, losing a game because, every game was so close coming down to the wire. But, I really like this team's chances now of making the playoffs. To me, it comes down to 3 teams for those 2 spots in the West, Cedar Rapids, Quad Cities, and Beloit. And it'd be nice to have a good homestand here and build that record up maybe to 10 games over 500 or something like that in the second half and kind of go from there.
Boy, that sounds like a great formula. Jeff Johnson is with us commenting on the resurgence of the Kernels, and Jeff has brought us good fortune. The Kernels grounds crew has gotten the tarp off in center field. They'll roll it up, and it looks like Tim DeJurgis is starting to warm up in the right field bullpen. Jeff, I wanted you to reflect a little bit on a phenomenon we had in this league 5 years ago, the first year of the new stadium. And I'm asking you this because I know you're a great Twins fan. We were blessed in that year, 2002, to have Jeff Mathis, Yadier Molina, and Joe Mauer in this league. Unfortunately, right now, for Angel fans and therefore Kernel fans, Jeff Mathis is of the 3. He's been not a disappointment, but he was given a shot earlier this spring and just wasn't quite ready mentally, I think, more than anything, to step into the great former Colonel Benji Molina's shoes. Yadier Molina proved himself last year, so much so that the Cardinals felt they could part with a couple of good catchers, Mike Matheny and Eli Marrero. But Joe Mauer has been sensational. What are your thoughts about Joe Mauer and the possibility of a catcher winning a batting title?
Boy, that'd be an amazing thing, wouldn't it, John? It just never happens because of the physical punishment those guys take behind the plate, crouching in 95-degree weather, every day, and taking foul tips off different parts of their bodies, and it just takes such a toll on a guys physically, which is why I've never seen a catcher win a batting title. But I think if anybody has a chance, it's him. What did he come into today at age 377 or something like that? He's just, if you watch him, he's just got a beautiful hitting, left-handed hitting stroke, natural hitter. And as a Twins fan, I'm glad he's doing this. They say he's actually grown since he signed. He's almost 6'6" now.
He has.
Yeah. And you almost wonder maybe to keep his bat as good as it is, maybe down the line here in 3-4 years, maybe you consider moving him to another position. Maybe an outfield spot or third base or first base, whatever. But right now, it's just, as a Twins fan, it's just fun to watch the kid play. He's a natural. He's a natural.
He really is, and he's handled. It can be a double-edged sword playing in your home city. Without a doubt. Some guys just can't handle it. Others thrive on it. It seems like Joe is very comfortable playing before 40 or 50 friends and family every home game.
Yeah, and I think, growing up as a multi-sport athlete, as he did, he's gotten the attention probably since he was, 14 or 15 years old. So, he's used to it, I think, which plays a factor in it, and he knows, I guess I understand he comes from a real good family, so he's very grounded.
He is.
So it's just good to see, and I think, you mentioned Yadier Molina, who's just a tremendous defensive catcher in particular, and Jeff Mathis, while he hasn't maybe gotten to the point where everybody thought he would at this point in his career, it's opened the door for Mike Napoli, who I think was on that same team.
He sure was. That's a great story, Jeff, that Napoli, if it wasn't for your Twins, Francisco Liriano, and his 10-1 record, Mike Napoli might be the leading candidate for American League Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, what's he had, 11 home runs or something
and he's
like
hitting
that?
over 300.
That's one of those guys where every year you do the same thing. You sit there and you think, all right, this guy's got a chance, this guy doesn't have a chance to make it to the major leagues. And I don't know how many people, truthfully, how many of us really thought Mike Napoli would eventually make it to the major leagues, even for a cup of coffee, and here he is, starting for the Angels and doing such an outstanding job. So you hope he can keep it up. He was a good kid when he was here.
He was, and he thought he could play in the major leagues, and that's half of it. I remember talking to Mike, and on the interviews we do with him, he'd say, John, he felt this way, and he said it not with bravado or braggadocio. He said, the only difference between this level and the major leagues is the guys in the major leagues are more consistent. And he believed he could play in the major leagues, and I'm glad for all his success. On the other hand, Jeff Mathis, I talked to 3 scouts, and off the record they said if Mathis was ever on the trading block or available, we would take him in a heartbeat. So they think that Jeff Mathis will be a successful big leaguer.
Yeah, and then who's to say they can't fit both those guys in the lineup somewhere?
Yeah.
DH.
Sure. And the Angels sure need the offense.
Yeah, exactly.
They've had the same malady we've had, although lately they've played very well.
Yeah, and that division I think is so up for grabs that all you got to do is get on a nice little second half run here, and they could very easily be in the playoffs. So. This is amazing. I didn't think we'd get this one in, John.
Jeff, I'll tell you, I was overly optimistic. I didn't think we'd have any rain, but we did. And now Tim DeJurgis has the luxury of coming into the middle of the diamond. He'll take his warm-up. He has as much time as he needs to warm up on the hill. He's going to take over for Mike Pete. How about Mike Pete's outing? 1 pitch.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Mike Pete had a 1-pitch outing. It was a ball in the dirt.
So it's going to be all zeros tomorrow, I guess.
That's right. No hits, no strikeouts, no walks, no runs. Jeff, you have a passion for this game, and you're one of the most fair-minded sports writers I've ever had the pleasure of following. I've never seen you or Jim Ecker publicly in the newspaper criticize an individual Kernel player. And you know what that means to these kids? It means everything.
Well, that's, my personal stance on it is I don't like to really say anything unless it's backed up by a quote from, like, say, Mags, for instance.
Sure.
These kids are, out here trying. I mean, you have to, when they make a mistake, you know, they're professional ball players. You gotta write what they, you know, what happened in the game.
Report it, yeah.
But you know, I don't think there's any room for saying, you know, this kid can't play, you know, in the newspaper.
Because later, if they make it to the big leagues, the writers there will justifiably, in some cases, in other cases not, will call a guy out individually.
Yeah, especially like the New York tabloids.
Brother, oh man.
Yeah.
But remember, none of the players read the papers.
No, that's the oldest line in the book, and I don't think any one of us believe that.
No,
not at all. Not at all.
Well, you do such a great job, Jeff. And let's say, just as an example, we're approaching the top of the hour. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600 KCRG Cedar Rapids. The rain delay will be less than 45 minutes, actually, I think, before Tim DeJurgis will face John Whittleman. Let's say that this rain delay would have been 2 hours. What is your deadline at the Gazette for filing a story?
Well, the night they told me 11:45 at the latest, but I think I probably could have gone till 11 o'clock. So, you know, who knows? Like you said, if this thing would have dragged out, and who knows, maybe you knock on wood, maybe it'll rain again in a little bit. But you know, you do it. You do what you can do, and the deadline is the say all be all. And if you can't get it in the paper, you come back the next day and tell people what happened, I guess. So there's really not a whole lot you can do about it.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, I really enjoy the features that you do. They used to be on Sundays, but now I think they're every Monday morning.
Yeah.
That's fun for you because you get to know the guys, and then you can tell their story, and you do it better than anyone to our readership.
Well, John, I mean, you know, every guy has a story.
He does. DeJurgis pitched at 3 different colleges.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you do the same thing with your outstanding pregame interviews with, you know, just trying to help people get to know these guys.
Yeah.
Maybe beyond the baseball field sometimes.
Sure.
You know, that every kid does have a story, and, you know, it's our job, you know, you and I and the media to let people know what that story is. So, and that is fun. That is the fun part, to get to know these guys a little bit.
You had a really neat insight recently to the Dayton Dragon left fielder Josh Holden.
Yeah, what a great kid he is. Graduated from the U.S. Military Academy, and I think he was a year or two into his 5-year service. Of course, you go to a military academy, you have the 5-year military service that you have to make, and he was into that. In the middle of that, and he decided, someone had, you know, said, well, hey, why don't you, you know, the Reds are having a tryout camp, why don't you try out for the Reds? And, you know, I guess somewhat on a lark, he made this tryout camp down in Florida, ended up earning a contract, and the U.S. military passed this law that said, you know, even if you're in the middle of this service time, you know, you can, but if you have a contract for a professional sport, you can, you know, try and you can honor this contract. The Army's thought certainly is, you know, this is good PR.
Yes.
You know, for them, and that's what he does essentially. He tries to let everyone know about, you know, the United States Military Academy and what a good thing that is. So, you know, he's still serving the military, but just in a different way.
And he's on call anytime, though.
Yeah,
if needed.
That's also part of his agreement is he's in the military reserves, and if he's needed anywhere in the world, that, you know, we drop what he's doing immediately and we'll go serve our country that way. So he's a tremendous young man. I know Bob Brooks also talked to him and interviewed him before one of the games, and you know, just a great kid. Great kid. You root for guys like that.
Yes, you do. And it's a tribute to Josh and West Point. Well, Jeff Johnson, thank you. I know you're ready to resume your coverage of the ball game. We only have 2 innings to go. Hopefully, Kernels will rally. Thank you so much, Jeff Johnson, the outstanding writer who covers the Kernels on a daily and nightly basis for the Cedar Rapids Gazette. Jeff, great of you to stop in and say hello to our listeners.
You bet, John. Anytime. Take care.
You too. We really appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. The first pitch will be after the rain delay at 10:00. Thank you, Jeff. At 10:04 or thereabouts. And Tim DeJurgis has answered a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. We're back to action. Tim DeJurgis to face John Whittleman, 4-3 LumberKings. And we're in the top of the 8th inning. A throw to first. DeJurgis inherits a 1-ball, no strike count from Mike Pete, the departed right-hander. Well, Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is back, and she'll be telling you about Tim DeJurgis in a moment. I'll double-check with Luvita. Luvita, I want to make sure we have that stat sheet for you here. I can't remember. There we go. We'll give you time to check on Tim for us, who misses outside. Ball 2 to John Whittleman, left-handed batter. Strike one called, a fastball on the outside corner from 6'5" right-hander Tim DeJurgis. He's the third relief pitcher used by the Kernels tonight. I'm not real good at math, so I'll have Luvita help us figure out how long the rain delay was. Luvita went from 9:18 to 10:03. If you can, well,
45-minute rain delay.
Ask and you shall receive. I asked how long the rain delay was, and our official score said
45-minute rain delay.
45 minutes. 2 balls, 1 strike to John Whittleman. Strike 2 called from Tim DeJurgis. He's been solid this year for the Kernels, Luvita.
That's right. DeJurgis has a 0-5 record and a 3.0 ERA. This is his 27th appearance, and he's not saved any games yet for the Kernels.
Throw to first, and Mayberry gets back.
DeJurgis has pitched 42 innings. He's walked 21 players in those 42 innings. He's struck out 37, and the league is batting 199 against him.
Thank you. Tim last worked Monday in Grand Rapids. He misses low, ball 3, and a full count now. A full count to John Whittleman, left-handed batter. Whittleman is 0 for 2 tonight with a walk, and the game's biggest pitch may be headed home to John Whittleman. The runner goes, and a foul out the end of the bat, outside third. All those great volunteers and grounds crew members that pulled tarp have water almost to the base of their knees. That's how deep the water is, both on the field and down below. Another payoff pitch to Whittleman. Outside, ball 4, and the first 2 LumberKings are aboard here in the 8th inning. A walk by Dan Hawkins. A walk by Tim DeJurgis.
Number 34. Joe Kemp.
Here's Joe Kemp. Kemp may be called upon to bunt. If you're just joining us past the top of the hour, we're in the top of the 8th inning. Clinton leads 4-3. We've just resumed play after a 45-minute rain delay, and the LumberKings are threatening to add to their 4-3 lead. They have runners at first and second with nobody out. Tim DeJurgis pitched 2/3 of an inning in the Colonel thrilling 6-5 win Monday night in Grand Rapids. Allowed no runs, struck out one, walked none. And now Mark Trumbo comes in from first base. He and Tim DeJurgis discuss what's going to unfold if Joe Kemp bunts. Joe pulled the bat, or squared the bunt, pulled the bat back, and took a healthy cut and fouls it into the mid of Brett Martinez. The big lump in the throat of Dallas Morris and Mark Trumbo will disappear somewhat. They were within 30 feet of home plate when Kemp squared the bunt, then pulled the bat back and took a swing. And believe me, if you're a corner infielder and you're betting on a bunt and you see that batter pull the bat back from a bunt, posture and swing, your blood pressure raises quickly. A pitch high from Tim DeJurgis, ball 1. To Joe Kemp. We're in the top of the 8th inning. 4-3 Clinton. LumberKing runners at first and second. And Tim DeJurgis now spins and looks John Mayberry back to second. Well, an impressive number of folks stayed through the rain delay. Certainly not the crowd we had to start this evening, but Some are still camped underneath the concourse. So the runners go, and a ground ball base hit into right. One run is in. Another man will go to third without a play. And the LumberKings lead it 5-3 here in the 8th inning. A base hit to right by Joe Kemp. The runners were going on the play. John Mayberry scores from second on a beautifully placed RBI single into right by Joe Kemp. And it's 5-3 Clinton here in the top of the 8th inning. Now Tim DeJurgis has to do his very best to try to prevent a big inning. So that completes the line on Daniel Hawkins. What happens when you walk the leadoff batter in an inning? Well, we've harped on it before. 60% of the time he will score. He did this time. Dan Hawkins' line is final. He went 1 inning, gave up 1 run on 2 hits, struck out 1, walked 1. The runner at third is the responsibility of Tim DeJurgis. Tim will now pitch to Brian Velicka. Right-handed batter, Brian Velicka. A squeeze, and the bunt is a beautiful one. High in the air over DeJurgis' head, nestled between the mound and second. Base hit. Base hit for Brian Velicka. And the LumberKings have broken it open here in the top of the 8th inning. They lead it 6-3. A bunt single by Brian Velicka. There was a safety squeeze. Velicka popped it in the air to the left of Tim DeJurgis, and it kerplopped on the wet grass in front of Josh Davies for an RBI bunt single. John Whittleman scores to make it a 2-run 8th inning. Joe Kemp goes to second, and the LumberKings have a big inning brewing. Still nobody out. Still nobody out. The first 4 LumberKing batters have reached here in the 8th inning. Strike one called on the outside corner from the tall Colonel right-hander, Tim DeJurgis. Casey Herron, left-handed batter at the plate for Clinton. Tim DeJurgis comes set and delivers. And a bunt foul rather. And it's 0-1 to Herron. Luvita, did you see some lightning?
Yes, I did.
I wonder if that's just what they call heat lightning, although it's 74 degrees, so let's hope no more rain is coming.
Let's hope it's heat lightning. I've been seeing a lot of that lately.
You bet we have. We'll be giving you our attendance after the Kernels bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. We're in the top of the 8th. Clinton has scored a pair, and they lead at 6-3. A bunt, foul, and that is strike 3 on Casey Herron. Casey Herron, trying to bunt runners to second and third, has bunted foul, and the Kernels have recorded the first out of the 8th inning. Switch hitting shortstop Matt Smith at the plate. 6-3 LumberKings, and we're in the top of the 8th inning. Tim DeJurgis, 31st round pick by the Angels last year. Finished up his collegiate pitching career at Regis University in Denver, Colorado. Ball 1 looked good from here, ruled outside by the plate umpire Corey Hinga. One of the runs scored in this LumberKing 2-run 8th inning, charged to Dan Hawkins, the other to this pitcher, Tim DeJurgis, who comes set, the 1-0. Hammered into left field for a hit. Rounding third and stopping is the lead runner, Joe Kemp. A strong throw to the plate by Marco Albano, and the bases are loaded now. That's the third hit off Tim DeJurgis. Matt Smith went the other way, batting left-handed, and lined a single to the left of Dallas Morris into left field. And the LumberKings are poised to pounce on the Kernels, and they'll try to put this game out of reach here in the 8th inning. Here comes Kernan Ronan. Kernan Ronan is going to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Tim DeJurgis, sponsored by Mercy Medical Center.
You owe it to yourself and the people who love you to find out what your risk of heart disease is with a $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. It's quick, easy, and convenient, and it could save your life. Call Mercy today at 398-6821.
And the heart-to-heart conversation between Colonel pitching coach Kernan Ronan and right-hander Tim DeJurgis has concluded. Jose Vallejo will now bat here in the 8th inning. It all started with a doggone walk. And then another walk. And both those men who walked have scored. Our staff has been so stingy about giving up walks that this is an anomaly. Ball 1 is upstairs from Tim DeJurgis to Jose Vallejo. Jose, a switch hitter, was hit by a pitch and scored in Clinton's 2-run first inning. LumberKings have broken it open a bit here. They have the bases loaded. They've scored twice, and they lead at 6-3. A fastball low and outside. Ball 2 to Jose Vallejo. And the Kernels have right-hander Tim Madison up in the bullpen. Ball 3 is over but low, and Tim DeJurgis has fallen behind Vallejo 3-0. This has been a rough outing for Tim. Let's see if he can come back and get Vallejo. The 3-0. Ball 4, another run scores to make it 7-3. The LumberKings on the verge of breaking a 9-game losing streak now have opened up some ground between they and the Kernels at 7-3. And it looks like Bobby Magallanes may have to make a pitching change as Tim DeJurgis has seen 5 of the 6 batters he's faced reached here in the 8th inning. Just hasn't been Tim's night. He hasn't been as sharp as we're used to seeing him. And, heck, a pitcher can have a bad night just as easily as a batter can. Truman Mel, the 8th man to bat here in the LumberKing 8th inning, stands in, and there's a strike right down the heart of the plate from Tim DeJurgis to the left-handed batter, Truman Mel. Mel stands straight away to the left side and fouls the 0-1 pitch away to the left. Strike 2. Luvita will have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard in the lower half of the 8th inning. A lot of the teams had an extended All-Star break, a very abbreviated slate on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, only a handful of games in each league. Truman Mel on an 0-2 pitch fouls it into the screen. Some of the grounds crew members, Luvita, are going to have to set their dryers on extra hot tonight. Those pants are soaking wet.
That's right. If you look at Sonia, she's dripping.
She sure is dripping from head to toe. The 0-2. Line shot to Morris. Dallas has it, and that's the only out. Boy, good base running at third by Brian Valicka. He scrambled back as Truman Mel hit one right on the button. Lines out to Dallas Morris at third. That's the second out here in the LumberKing 3-run 8th inning. And the 9th man to bat here in the 3-run 8th inning with the bases loaded and 2 out is Terry Blunt. 7-3 Clinton. Ball 1 outside. Boy, that Colonel Grounds crew's to be commended. They got the tarp on quickly, and the field's in great playing shape. Strike 1 on the inside corner to Terry Blunt. Terry Blunt's out of Kansas State. A great friend of the Colonel's, Brett, has dropped by. Brett's one of those guys that you may know. Have you ever known anybody in the CIA? You're not at liberty to divulge what they do for a living. I'm not saying Brett's in the CIA, but he has a very important mission, doesn't he, Luvita, here at the ballpark?
Yeah.
We can't tell too many people what he does here. Here's a line shot foul into the left field corner for strike 2. Boy, I wonder if Mr. Shuck stayed dry during this whole fiasco. Colonel Mascot has been so great this season. The most animated, energetic, creative, and fun figure we've had. Ball 3 is upstairs to Terry Blunt. No room for error now for Tim DeJurgis. He's walked in 1 run in this inning, surrendered 2 of the 3 Clinton tallies. Bases loaded, 3-2 pitch. Corked foul onto the grass slope seating berm. Terry Blunt leads the LumberKings with a .272 average. Left-handed hitter. The next 3-2 is outside, ball 4, and a second run walked in by Tim DeJurgis. As we said, it just hasn't been Tim's night, and it's now a big lead for the LumberKings. They're up 8-3. Here comes Bobby Magallanes to make a pitching change.
That's right. This is the call to the Kernel bullpen. This call to the Kernel bullpen is sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes, only from U.S. Cellular.
And Movita, you were prepared to announce the arrival of Colonel right-hander Tim Madison. Tim is coming on. Tim DeJurgis went, Tim went 2/3 of an inning. In 2/3 of an inning, Tim is allowed 3 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. Tim DeJurgis struck out 1, and Tim walked 3. Tim Madison last pitched Sunday in a Colonel 11-8 loss. An 11-8 loss in Grand Rapids. Tim Madison went 2/3 of an inning Sunday afternoon in Grand Rapids. Tim gave up 3 runs on 4 hits. He struck out none and walked none. Tim Madison is on for the Kernels.
Tim Madison has a 4.54 ERA. This is his 28th appearance, and he has a 2-5 record. Tim Madison has pitched 41 2/3 innings. He's walked 7 players, struck out 28, and the league is batting .315 against him. And he's saved 2 games.
Thanks, Luvita. Tim Madison, a 23-year-old right-hander, now 24 years old, 6'1", 225, out of the University of South Florida in Tampa. Tim Madison will face the man who got this big 4-run inning started for the LumberKings. They now lead at 8-3, and Tim Madison is going to face John Mayberry. John walked against Daniel Hawkins. That was over an hour ago. And don't think that this inning has lasted over an hour. We've had a 45-minute rain delay. Levita is going to check on those scores. She'll have them ready for you on the State Farm Major League scoreboard when the Kernels bat in the lower half of the 8th inning. Trailing now 8-3. Ball 1 is inside to John Mayberry. Now Brett Martinez dashes out to the mound. Brett wearing red shin guards, a red chest protector. Beloit has won tonight, so if the Kernels drop this one and we trail 8-3 in the 8th inning, we'll start tomorrow in a tie for first with the Snappers. Beloit beat the Swing of the Quad Cities earlier this evening. The 1-0 to Mayberry. Fastball just inside, ball 2 from Tim Madison. 4 walks in this inning by Dan Hawkins and Tim DeJurgis. There's ball 3, low and inside, and John Mayberry just maybe turned loose by his manager, Andy Fox. It's been a steady diet of fastballs from Tim Madison to John Mayberry. The 3-0 from the Colonel righty. Inside, another run walked home. And believe me, folks, this is an anomaly. This is not Colonel pitching as we've seen it all year. We're just in a rut right now and can't throw strikes. That run is charged to Tim DeJurgis. It's the fifth walk or fourth walk? It is the fifth walk of the inning. And it forces a run home from third. Matt Smith scores from third to make it a 5-run eighth inning for the LumberKings. Ball one is low. Well, there's some leather lung down below that's doing the Kernels no good. He's yelling out at the top of his lungs, start throwing strikes. Fella, that's not going to do a bit of good. John Mayberry, or excuse me, John Whittleman takes low for ball two. Tim Madison with the 2-0. Ground ball base hit into right. 1 run is in. Here comes another man rounding third. The throw to home by Renz, and the runner is safe. Safe at the plate, sliding home safely to make it a 7-run eighth inning for the LumberKings was Terry Blunt. Terry Blunt slides home safely on a 2-run single into right by John Whittleman. And unfortunately, those 2 runs are hung on Tim DeJurgis. So Tim's ERA will take a unwanted balloon, a rise. Now, the 2 men on are the responsibility of Tim Madison. And it's been a 7-run inning for the LumberKings, who now lead at 11-3. Uh-oh, here's a pitch drilled into the right field corner. Home run! A 3-run homer for Joe Kemp. And you talk about being unprepared to play after a rain delay. Boy, the Kernels have just not been prepared to take the field. I don't know if they thought the game would be canceled. But this Kernel ball club has just not been ready to play after the rain delay. That's abundantly and painfully clear. A 3-run homer by Joe Kemp, and it's been a 10-run inning for the LumberKings. A 10-run inning for Clinton. They now lead at 14-3. Wow, we haven't seen an onslaught like this in some time. Well, the rain delay did the Kernels a lot more harm than it did the LumberKings. Oh, brother. 2 out, bases empty, ball 1 to Brian Velicka. A bouncer to third. You're going to hear a Bronx cheer if Morris throws the batter out. Dallas does throw out Brian Velicka. And mercifully, the 8th inning comes to an end. Clinton scores 10 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hits, 5 walks, no Colonel errors. The LumberKings lead the bases empty. Colonel broadcast assistant Luvita Hill will have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard when the Kernels come to bat in the bottom of the 8th inning. Clinton mauling the Kernels 14-3.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, how can you differentiate one realtor from another? The distinction is clear when you consider the remarkable offer that Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty makes. Dick Ramsey's offer is unprecedented. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. That extraordinary pledge bears instant replay. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes, and Dick Ramsey will buy yours. For the best home buying or home selling experience in Cedar Rapids, turn to the home team. Skogman Realty's Dick Ramsey.
Did you know that Honda has the highest fuel economy average of any automobile company in America? Randy Kill Honda in Cedar Rapids is proud of their Honda dealership, and for good reason. Just listen to this list of remarkable awards for Honda vehicles. The Ridgeline, voted the 2006 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The Honda Civic, voted 2006 Motor Trend Car of the Year. 2006 Car and Driver voted the Honda Pilot as the best large SUV and best overall value of the year. Add it to the Honda Odyssey, Car and Driver's best van for 2006. It's easy to see why Randy Kill Honda is the home of confidence and continues to offer the best value and lowest prices on your next new Honda. Check out the large selection of fuel-efficient pre-owned vehicles, too, online at randykeel.com. Randy Keel Honda, where they treat you right.
Here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Thanks for being with us. You may be tuned in to John Campbell and his award-winning TV9 Sports Report as you listen to Colonel Baseball here in the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600. Jordan Renz, Josh Davies, Mark Trumbo to face right-hander Jose Marte in what has now become a laugher for the LumberKings. They lead it 14-3. Jose Marte got the final 2 outs in the Colonel 7th inning, and he brings in a strike call to Jordan Renz. Clinton tore through the Kernels for 10 runs in the top of this 8th inning to pull away 14-3. That's right, the Kernels trailed 4-3 after the 45-minute rain delay and just weren't ready to resume competitive baseball for whatever reason. The delay had an adverse effect on our ball club. Here's a high pop foul over the backstop. Strike 2 to Renz. Well, Levita Hill, we promised our listeners a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. I would imagine, Levita, almost everything is final.
That's right. Out of our 7 games, 2 of them are still in progress.
The 1-2 to Jordan is, strike 3 called. That pitch looked high and inside. Jordan Renz caught looking, 1 out here in the 8th inning.
In the American League, we have at Comerica Park, the Tigers beat the Royals 6-4. At Camden Yards, the Rangers whipped the Orioles 15-1. And at the Metrodome, the Indians knocked off the Twins 6-4. Still taking place in the American League.
Davies belts one to deep left, but it hangs up in the heavy air, and it's caught by K.C. Heron. Josh Davies lines out to left. 2 away here in the Colonel 8th inning.
Still taking place in the American League in the top of the 11th at Fenway Park. The Red Sox trail the A's 5-3. In the National League at Great American Ballpark, the Rockies edge past the Reds 7-9.
Oops, hold on.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, Lupita. We're helping each other and our listeners. You've done such a great job in picking up the nuances and the idiosyncrasies of sportscasting. We'll get back to that score after it's strike 1 to Mark Trumbo. 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the 0-1 to Mark. Low for a ball.
Let's try that score again.
You got it.
At Great American Ballpark, the Reds beat the Rockies 9-7. That sounds a lot better.
Sure does, Lupita. Thank you.
And at Dolphin Stadium, the Astros toppled the Marlins 5-1.
Mark Trumbo lifts one in the air to deep left center. Over to get it is Truman Mel in front of the track, 368 feet away. It's caught by Truman Mel. Mark Trumbo a deep drive, but it was caught. The Kernels go in order in the bottom of the 8th inning. Levita, let's go ahead and put a cap on that State Farm Major League scoreboard.
And the final game in the National League still taking place at Busch Stadium. The score is 2-2 in the top of the 10th, and that's Dodgers and Cardinals. Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn for that look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
And thanks to you, Levita. After 8, Clinton leads it 14-3. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Are you looking to take your baseball or softball game to the next level? The premier place to do it is Perfect Game, located across the street from Veterans Memorial Stadium. Perfect Game's professional baseball and softball instructors will help improve your pitching, hitting, throwing, fielding, and base running abilities in Iowa's premier training facility. For the best individual baseball and softball instruction and training, visit Perfect Game. That's Perfect Game, just a fly ball away from Veterans Memorial Stadium.
When it comes to making buying decisions, people let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with ads, coupons, restaurant menus, and more. Delivering to homes and businesses throughout the area, Yellow Book combines the features consumers want with advertising rates business owners can afford. To place your ad, call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. That's 1-800-YB-YELLOW. Yellow Book, not the other book.
Tim Madison starts the ninth inning on a positive note. He fires a strike called to Casey Herron. There's strike two from Tim. Clinton sent 13 men to the plate and scored 10 runs in the eighth inning. A ground ball foul past first, a diving effort by Mark Trumbo behind first base. And its strike still count remains 0-2 to Casey Herron. A right-hander is warming up in the LumberKing bullpen, and he may pitch the ninth inning for Clinton. The bottom of the ninth, that is. We're in the top of the ninth now, and it's a big lead of 11 runs for the LumberKings, who are on the verge of breaking a 9-game losing streak. And I don't care who you are in sports, Levita, you have to have a degree of sympathy for a team that has lost 9 in a row. We certainly had our struggles at times this year, never had a 9-game losing streak, but if you're going to lose a game, you're kind of glad that the LumberKings can get back on the winning track.
That's right.
It's just not good to come to the ballpark every day thinking, oh boy, we're going to lose and get another game. And the LumberKings have broken out of it big time here tonight. A broken bat fly ball foul outside the left field line. It's strike two to Casey Herron. The right-hander warming up for Clinton in their bullpen is a side-wheeling, side-arming Jerry Oaks. Here's a drive into left field, a sinking liner, and it's caught by Marco Albano. Casey Herron lines out to left. One away here in the LumberKing ninth inning. Matt Smith, the batter. Ooh, a fastball just missed, according to the plate umpire. Ball one low. And a 0-1 pitch smacked foul outside the left field line. It's 1-1 to Matt Smith. LumberKings trying to break their 9-game losing streak. With a win tonight, they'd up their record to 6-15, and the Kernel record would sink to 12-9. Beloit has already won, so the Kernels would be tied with the Snappers with 12-9 marks going into tomorrow evening's series finale here. A 3-game series with the LumberKings. Well, Levita, our attendance was healthy tonight.
That's right. Even though it rained, we had 2,534 people join us here at the ballpark.
Great outpouring. A tip foul by the switch hitter Matt Smith. And he's still in the hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kernels about hit 12-5 and trail at 14-3 here in the top of the ninth inning. The 1-2 to the switch hitter. Cut on and miss. Strike 3. Matt Smith down on strikes. He's 2 for 5 on the night. And Tim Madison is set down the first 2, the lower 2 in the LumberKing order. Now he'll face Jose Vallejo, who drove in a run, drawing a bases-loaded walk in the 10-run 8th inning for the LumberKings. Some people tomorrow, Levita, are going to wake up who left the game during the rain delay, and they'll say, yeah, I don't know what happened. The Kernels were trailing 4-3 when I left the game.
That's right. Maybe that fan support
would have made a difference.
That might have helped.
I think you're right. But we certainly had, before the rain, the fans gave us everything they could, and then after the rain delay, the Kernels just had a flat tire. A pop foul on an 0-2 pitch into the third base stands by Jose Vallejo. Thanks for staying with us through the rain delay of 45 minutes. Wish we had a tighter game for you. We did before the rain came. It was 4-3 LumberKings, but now they're up 14-3. A ground ball foul past first base by Vallejo. the pitchers of record, Zach Phillips for the LumberKings. Looks like he'll go to 3-6 on the season, and Anthony Ortega, the pitcher of record for the Kernels, he may drop to 1-1. The 0-2 to Vallejo. Bounce to second. Josh Davies gloves it on 2 hops, fires to first to end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning in the top of the ninth for right-hander Tim DeJurgis. We go to the bottom of the ninth. LumberKings 14, Kernels 3. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this. Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a kick and mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more.
I'm a pepper.
You know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one full taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Woo! Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Your home is a place for savoring all the good things in life. It's a place for celebrations. It's a place where memories are created. To make sure your home is properly insured, visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion, your professional Pekin insurance agency. Sheets Forest Draper will give you all important details about homeowners insurance with complete coverages and surprisingly affordable rates. Visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion for homeowners insurance for your well-lived and well-loved home.
Bottom of the ninth inning, and 6'4" side-arming 24-year-old right-hander Jerry Oaks is on the hill. Oaks came into pro baseball back in 2001, originally drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers. Jerry Oaks started 20 games back in 2002 for Beloit. He's bounced around since then. He's been with the Brewers, the Cardinals, the Atlanta Braves, and now Jerry Oaks is a Texas Ranger minor leaguer. And Jerry Oaks will face Morris, Martinez, and Smith here in the bottom of the ninth inning. 14-3 in favor of Clinton. Jose Marte went an inning and 2/3 out of the LumberKing bullpen. Gave up no runs on, no hits, struck out 1, walked none, and Jerry Oaks' first pitch, O-A-K-E-S, is fouled over the backstop. Strike 1. To Dallas Morris, now a swing and a foul off the shin guard of the catcher, Brian Valicka. Strike 2.
Jerry Oaks, he has a 1-2 record, and this is his 19th appearance. He has a 8.51 ERA. Oaks hasn't saved any games yet, and he's pitched 24 1/3 innings.
A high drive into deep center. Truman Mel backpedaling, side-pedaling, and has it. Oh, the Kernels have hit some balls hard tonight. You can't take that away from the Kernels. Dallas Morris hit one right on the screws and launched it into straightaway deep center where Truman Mel retreated and hauled it in, 1 away here in the ninth inning.
Oaks has had 21 players hit against him, and he's walked 23 players. He struck out 16, and the league is batting .228 against him.
14-3 LumberKings here in the bottom of the ninth inning, and ball 1 is low to Brett Martinez. Boy, Clinton's made 4 errors tonight, and they lead 14-3. A high drive way back and left may go. It's at the wall. Home run for Brett Martinez. Hey, Brett Martinez makes it 14-4 with his 3rd home run of the year. Brett stepped into a 1-0 pitch from Jerry Oaks and stopped it over the left field wall between the 378 mark and the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Whirling Waters home run hot tub, and the Kernels have a run here in the bottom of the ninth inning on Brett Martinez's third of the year. That's $25 donated from the donated to the Haycap Food Reservoir from PRC's Community Care in PRC's Home Runs for the Hungry campaign. Home run number 52 for the Kernels this year, who now trail 14-4. Ball one inside to Stantrell Smith, who takes a home run cut and misses. Strike one. Stantrell is 0-for-3 tonight. The Kernels have slugged 52 home runs this year, and that means PRC's Community Care, as Stantrell takes low, ball two. PRC's Community Care has donated $1,300 to the Haycap Food Reservoir in their Home Runs for the Hungry campaign. A chopper foul underneath, well, it's stabbed by Bobby Magianis, who tosses it to one faithful Colonel fan beyond the Clinton third base dugout. 2-2 to Stantrell Smith. Colonels trail here in the ninth inning, 14-4. Ooh, a fastball from Jerry Oaks, clocked at 91 miles an hour on the Bank Iowa speed pitch indicator on the lower panel of the scoreboard in right center, and it's just high to Stantrell. Ball four from Jerry Oaks. Oaks is trying to throw the ball through a wall. He's rearing back and trying to blow it by the Colonel hitters, and that's not going to cut it here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Heinley Stacia has two of the Colonel's 6 hits tonight. It's 14-4 Clinton. We're in the bottom of the ninth inning, and Heinley Stacia has a couple of hits. He's also reached on an error and walked. A fastball low from the tall 6'5", 24-year-old Clinton righty Jerry Oaks. Strike one at the knees to Heinley. Stantrell is leading away from first, and the LumberKings' Terry Blunt is not holding Stantrell Smith. There goes Stantrell, and a foul off to the left by Heinley Stacia. 2,534 here on Intermec Liberty Bank night at the ballpark. A little bit of lightning continues to flash off in the horizon as Jerry Oaks comes set and delivers. Outside, ball two to Heinley. Heinley was Bob Brooks's guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show before tonight's action. Brooks at bat. Ball three as Jerry Oaks continues to try to throw a little bit too hard. Boy, you have to admire a guy like Jerry Oaks, a career 9-23 record with an ERA of over 7. He's still trying to reach his goal of making it to the big leagues. Ooh, a fastball at the knees on the inside corner. The crowd howls at the plate umpire. Boy, Levita, I think I underestimated how many folks are still here.
There might be a
few hundred.
Still here.
Yeah, they were all over the plate umpire on that strike three called to Heinley Stacia.
There's some still in the concourse.
And you could hear them. They were upset at that call by plate umpire Corey Hinga. A high pop foul off to the right by Marco Albano. Ball one outside from the hard-throwing Jerry Oaks. Jerry's from Pennsylvania. Originally a 7th-round pick of the Brewers in the year 2000. Look out, Marco Albano spins out of the way of a pitch high and tight. Ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike to Albano. Marco cut a 2-0 Clinton lead in half with a big RBI 2-out triple in the 5th inning. Albano pounds one foul off his foot, his front foot, I think. It's hard to tell which foot Marco's favoring. Colonel trainer Eric Munson has not come out to check out Marco Albano. Boy, that hurts when you smash a foul ball off your foot. It's Marco's left foot. Kernels down to their last out here in the bottom of the ninth inning, 14-4, LumberKings. Marco Albano cranks a bouncer foul outside third. Foul ball by Marco Albano. The count even now to Marco. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, our great crew from Metro Studios and our Director of Entertainment and Technology, Andy Pantini, haven't given up with that rousing sound effect. The 2-2. High ball 3. Now Stantrell Smith, who already has a 12-foot lead at first, will be running the 3-2 to Marco. High ball 4. Ball 4 to Marco Albano. Jerry Oakes issues his second walk of the ninth inning. First and second, 2 out for Flint Whipkey. Flint Whipkey is 0 for 4 tonight. Flint, a .260 batter on the year, 2 homers, 24 RBIs, and a strike call to Whipkey. We'll have a complete recap of this second game of the 3-game series with Clinton, our PRC play of the game, the State Farm Major League scoreboard. All of that will be coming your way on the Colonel Curtin call. Ball 1 inside to Flint, a breaking pitch from Jerry Oakes. Tall right-hander. Fastball and a swing and a miss by Flint. Strike 2. 14-4. Clinton here in the bottom of the ninth inning. The 1-2 to Flint. Just missed inside. A slider from Oakes. This game started at 7:02 and we're approaching 11 o'clock. But we had a 45-minute rain delay. The 2-2 to Flint. Deep drive foul, hooking foul, headed towards the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. There's a ground ball, base hit into left by Flint Whipkey. Stantrell Smith will score, and it's a 14-5 Clinton lead. Base hit by Flint Whipkey. RBI number 25 for the Colonel catcher and DH. He broke his bat and hit a low liner through the left side of the LumberKing infield, and it plated Stantrell Smith. It's been a 2-run ninth inning for the Colonels. Marco Albano stopped at second, and it's now 14-5 LumberKings. And Stan Hilton, the LumberKing pitching coach, comes out. That last out can sometimes be the toughest to get. Actually, it was Andy Fox. Andy Fox, the LumberKing manager, came out. Jordan Renz, 0 for 4 so far tonight. Albano at second, Whipkey at first. Fastball, strike 1 called to Jordan. Jordan Renz hitting .233. The 0-1 from Oakes. Swinging a foul straight back. That one hit the very top of the backstop behind home plate, and it's 0-2 to Jordan Renz. Swing and a miss by Jordan, and the LumberKings 9-game losing streak has been halted as they win big 14-5. In the Colonel ninth, 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 walks. There were no Lumber King errors. The Colonels leave 2 and stranded 8. We'll have the totals, highlights, and more coming next. 14-5 Lumber Kings. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
It's time for the Colonel's Curtain Call. Now, with a game recap, a complete look at the State Farm scoreboard, and a look ahead to upcoming action, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonel, John Rogers.
Thank you for being with us for the Colonel Curtain Call as the Clinton Lumber Kings end a 9-game losing streak, bombing the Colonels here tonight 14-5. The score not indicative of how close a game it really was. It was a 4-3 Clinton lead when we started play in the top of the 8th inning after a rain delay. But the Lumber Kings unleashed a 10-run top of the 8th inning, sending 13 men to the plate and scoring 10 runs on 5 hits. Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Stadium. John Rogers with you here on the Colonel Curtain Call. The Lumber Kings win it big 14-5. And because of the length of tonight's broadcast, we're going to just move right along here on the Colonel Curtain Call. The Lumber Kings scored 2 in the top of the 1st inning against Colonel starter Anthony Ortega. Meanwhile, Zach Phillips, making his 3rd start against the Colonels this year, came in with a 2-6 record and a 5.25 ERA, but Phillips was dynamite this evening. The Colonels did not score against the 19-year-old lefty until 2 out in the 5th inning. Heinley Stacia drew a 2-out walk, and then Marco Albano went the other way, and Marco pounded a 2-out RBI triple into the right field corner to score Stacia and cut the Lumber King lead to 1 run, 2-1 after 5 innings. The Lumber Kings came right back, though, and scored 2 in the top of the 6th inning, a leadoff double by Truman Mell, and then Mell scored when a ground ball off the bat of Terry Blunt snuck underneath the glove of Josh Davies for an error. Blunt stole second, went to third on a pass ball, and he scored on a line drive base hit into center by John Mayberry. And the Lumber Kings, with 2 in the 6th inning, regained the lead, or extended their lead to 4-1. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Colonels scored 2 runs to make it a 1-run game. Dallas Morris grounded a single up the middle. Brett Martinez walked. Stantrell Smith a ground ball to short, and that forced Martinez at second, but the second baseman Vallejo's throw to first was wild. Dallas Morris scored on the throwing error by the second baseman to make it 4-2 Lumber Kings. Heinley Stacia then on a hit-and-run single lined a base hit into right, sending Stantrell Smith to third. Smith scored when the right fielder, Joe Kemp, skipped his throw in the dirt by John Whittleman. Stantrell Smith had slid into third on the hit-and-run single by Stacia, and he popped to his feet and scored to cut the Clinton lead to 4-3. Heinley Stacia went to second on the wild throw. He was at second as the tying run with only 1 out in the 7th, but Jose Marte came on in relief of J.B. Diaz and got the next 2 Colonel hitters to ground out Albano to short and Flint Whipke to first. And that's all the Colonels could muster in that 7th inning, just the 2 runs. Then, in the 8th inning, with the score 4-3 Clinton, John Mayberry walked to start the inning. Mike Pete came on to face John Whittleman, threw 1 pitch in the dirt for a ball, and then the rains came, a 45-minute rain delay, and after that rain delay, the Colonels just weren't themselves. Tim DeJurgis walked a man, Joe Kemp an RBI single, Brian Valicka a bunt single. Tim DeJurgis struck out K.C. Heron, then Matt Smith singled, and then Tim DeJurgis walked a run in, walked another run in, and then Tim Madison came in, and he walked a run in, gave up a 2-run single, and then a 3-run homer, and it was a 10-run outburst for the Lumber Kings in the 8th inning. The Colonels scored 2 in the 9th inning, a home run by Brett Martinez, his 3rd of the year, and an RBI single by Flint Whipke but it wasn't enough, and it came too late as the Kernels bowed to Clinton tonight 14-5. Final line score, the LumberKings 14 runs, 12 hits, 4 errors. They left 6. The Kernels 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. We left 8. The winning pitcher for the LumberKings was their starter, Zach Phillips. He's 3-6. The Colonel loser, Anthony Ortega, is 1-1. The game took 3 hours and 59 minutes. No, 3 hours and 55 minutes with a 45-minute rain delay. 2,534 saw the LumberKings end a 9-game losing streak. They end a 9-game losing streak, winning big 14-5. We'll be back next with our PRC play of the game here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared in Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for il Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes.
Here on the Colonel Curtain Call, Clinton wins 14-5 to snap a 9-game losing streak, and the Colonel record now 12-9 in the second half. This series even at a game apiece after the Colonel 6-2 win last night. This game was close until a 10-run 8th inning by the LumberKings that followed a 45-minute rain delay. PRC brings us the play of the game with the LumberKings leading 2-0 in the 5th inning. Heinley Stacia drew a 2-out walk against LumberKing lefty Zach Phillips, who was the winner tonight. And Heinley Stacia was at first, Marco Albano at the plate. Here's our PRC play of the game.
By in a moment, the 2-1 to Albano. A shot in the right field corner. Fair ball. Heinley Stacia may be waved home. Bobby Magallanes waving Stacia home. Heinley will score to cut the Clinton lead to 2-1. Diving into third is Marco Albano with a 2-out RBI triple down the right field line.
Yes, Marco Albano's 2-out RBI triple down the right field line into the right field corner drove home Heinley Stacia, and that was in the 5th inning, and it cut the LumberKing lead to 2-1, and that's why we chose it as our PRC play of the game. A job at PRC is a job you'll love. You can learn about all the fabulous career opportunities at PRC by logging onto their website, www.prc.net. And on that website, you'll learn about the benefit package with PRC Terms Life Essentials. If you work at PRC, their benefit package includes a 401k retirement savings plan and medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance and a flexible schedule. PRC brings us the PRC play of the game. Marco Albano's 2-out run-scoring triple in the 5th, driving home Heinley Stacia from first and cutting Clinton's lead of 2-0 to 2-1. The LumberKings win it 14-5, and our final segment of the Colonel Curtain Call follows this on the Colonel Radio Network.
The hottest feature in beautiful Veterans Memorial Stadium is the coolest place. It's the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. How can you and your friends relax and splash it up from the most coveted spot at the ballpark? Simply register at Centerpoint in Westdale Mall and listen. If you're selected as the winner, you'll enjoy the ultimate entertainment experience. AquaJet Stream Comfort atop the left field wall in the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. Brought to you by Westdale Mall and by Whirling Waters. Your chance to splash it up.
With Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, John Rogers reporting back at Veterans Memorial Stadium, where tonight the Clinton LumberKings evened their three-game series with us, a 10-run eighth inning that allowed Clinton to cruise home to a 14-5 victory. It snapped a LumberKing 9-game losing skid. Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill with the State Farm Major League Scoreboard.
Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schuba, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. Out of 7 games played this evening, 6 are complete. In the American League, at Comerica Park, the Tigers beat the Royals 6-4. At Fenway Park, the A's whipped the Red Sox 4-1. At Camden Yards, the Rangers took it to the Orioles 15-1. And at the Metrodome, the Indians toppled the Twins 6-4. In the National League, we have 2 games complete and 1 still taking place. At Dolphin Stadium, the Astros knocked off the Marlins 5-1. At Great American Ballpark, the Reds toppled the Rockies 9-7. And in the bottom of the 12th at Busch Stadium, we have Dodgers and Cardinals. The score is tied 2-2. That was a look at our State Farm Major League Scoreboard. And once again, thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schuba, and Brad Dunn.
Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill with that complete look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. The rubber game of this 3-game series will be tomorrow evening, and we'll have it for you at 6:40 on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. It'll be on 1450 KMRY. You heard tonight's action on the Colonel Radio Network on 1600 ESPN Radio, 1600 KCRG. A close game until the LumberKings came out of a 45-minute rain delay and delivered a knockout punch to the Colonel, scoring 10 in the top of the 8th inning, and the LumberKings breezed to a 14-5 win here tonight to even the series at a game apiece. The Colonel record in the second half stands at 12-9. We'll start play tomorrow evening in a tie for first in the Western Division second half standings. For Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, this is John Rogers wishing you a great rest of your Thursday night. The LumberKings trounced the Kernels here tonight 14-5, and this has been Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming, already in progress.